Commissioner Manuel Mapoy, Large Taxpayer Service, Mr. Jun Cabantac, Chief Regular Large Taxpayers Audit Division, Albino Galanza, Regional Director, Revenue Region Number 7A, Quezon City, and Mr. Feliz Paul Velasco, Head Revenue Executive Assistant, Enforcement and Advocacy Service. From PESA, we have Director General Ching Plaza. From the ABS-CBN, in the plenary, we have Ms. Socorro Bidanes, COO for Broadcast, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Corporate Secretary, Mr. Raymond Miranda, Chief Strategy Officer, Attorney Cherry Cruz, Legal Counsel, Attorney Maxim Uy, Legal Counsel. For resource persons for taxes, we have Mr. Ricardo Tan, Group Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Aldrin Cerrado, Chief Financial Officer, Attorney Lucille Becerra, Tax Counsel, Attorney Othello Carag, Tax Counsel, Attorney Laura Victoria Layub, Tax Counsel, and Ms. Catherine Lopez, Head of Cluster 3 Finance Operations. Via Zoom, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Chairman, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Attorney Mario Bautista, General Counsel, Ms. Consuelo Lopez, Chief of Staff, and Attorney Cesar Poblador, Legal Counsel. For the ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, we have Ms. Melanie Caimol, Assistant Vice President for Financial Management of Lopez Holdings. For the foundation, we have Ms. Susan Apan via Zoom. We have also from Amcara, Attorney Veloso and Mr. Rodrigo Carandang. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Mike.
Yes, here on the floor is Congressman Barsaga and Congressman Marcoleta, Mr. Chairman.
Copy ko, Mike. So sa hapon na ito, tayo nagpapasalamat na kasama natin mga kinatawan ulit ng BIR, PESA, ABS at Amcara. Tatapusin na po natin ang mga usaping mga kaugnay sa issue ng pagbabayad ng buwis ng ABS-CBN. So una, tawagin po natin muna ang mga kinatawan ng Amcara para sa kanilang pahayag sa usapin ng Black Time Agreement at federasyon sa kanilang grupo sa ABS-CBN. Pero before that, Comsec, paki-administer muna yung yung oath para sa officer sa Amcara.
Yes. May I invite a resource person from the Amcara to please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional inquiry? So help you God. Thank you.
Thank you. Amcara, you have the floor now. Pwede tayo mag-present na po ng inyong...
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
with your
Mike.
indulgence, Mr. Chairman, it was the Honorable Remulla who requested the presence of Amcara for this afternoon. But may we request, Mr. Chairman, that if we can kindly await the Honorable Remulla and just begin with the other discussions first, with your kind permission, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mike. Sige, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman P.D. Barsaga para sa pagpapatuloy ng kanyang mga interpellation. Muli siyang binigyan ng oras ni Congressman Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez, at Vincula Ferrer, Congresswoman Alonte, at Congresswoman Loyola. Kung PD.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Nais kong ipagpatuloy ang aking paglilinaw tungkol sa ilang tax issues involving ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Unang-una, katulad ng napag-usapan kahapon, ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation or the holding company ay may hawak ng shares of stocks na ABS-CBN. At bilang may-ari o naghahawak ng shares of stocks, inaamin naman nating lahat na tumatanggap ng cash dividend ang holding company from ABS-CBN. Just for the record, sa ABS-CBN Corporation, maaari bang malaman kung mga anong taon nag-declare sila ng cash dividend mula noong 1999?
Kung titingnan ko lang po yung documents ko. Kung at this point po, Your Honor, what I have is from 2011 to 2019. Kung pwede pong yun lang muna.
So, noong 2011, magkano ang inyong dineclare?
Noong 2011 po, ang ABS-CBN declared dividends amounting to 1,593,285,206. Para po ma-compute yung sa share ng holdings, siguro po ibibigay ko na lang yung per share.
Oh yes, per share na lamang.
Ang per share po niya ay 2 pesos and 10 centavos.
What about the succeeding years?
Noong 2012 po, 80 centavos per share. 80 po, 80 centavos.
2012.
2012. Noong 2013 po, 40 centavos.
14.
40 po, 40
40.
centavos. Noong 2014 po, 60 centavos. Noong 2015 po, 60 centavos. Noong 2016 po, 75 centavos. Noong pong 2017, 1 peso and 04, 1.04. Noong 2018 po, 0.92.
90.
92 po.
92.
Opo.
So, maaari bang maibigay mo ang number ng shares of stocks sa Philippine Holdings ng holding company for 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2016, 2017, and 2018?
Sir, you're asking po for the number of shares owned by ABS-CBN Holdings. Maybe our corporate secretary can answer that question po. May I recognize po Attorney Quezon.
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat the question, please?
Yun lamang number of shares of stocks ng holding company 2011.
Wala ho akong data about may data ho ako ng 2017 about the dividends. So.
What about yung PDR? Baka sa PDR, kitang-kita na natin. Number of PDRs outstanding as of 2011. Because one PDR, there is an underlying share of stock. Tama ba?
Opo. Opo.
Okay. So PDR na lamang. Ilan ang outstanding? 2011.
Wala po ako nung data na yun.
Wala kayong data?
2011.
Okay. Well, anyway,
I have the...
kung nagde-declare ng cash dividends ang ABS-CBN Corporation at ito ay binibigay nila sa holding company, of course, the mode of transfer is by means of cash.
Opo.
Yes.
Tama po.
Tama. It will be deposited in the account of ABS Holding Company.
The process po is
Bank transfer.
to ano po yan, it's paid to the transfer agent. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Attorney Quezon can help me on that.
It's received by either a check or a bank transfer.
Bank transfer.
Yes.
It's bank transfer?
Either check or bank transfer.
Either bank transfer po or check issuance.
Okay, so sa madaling sabi, check issuance or bank transfer, we have the same accounting method. The cash of ABS Corporation would be reduced by the amount of cash dividend at yun namang cash account ng holding company will be increased or tataas based on the equivalent ng cash dividend.
Mr. Chairman, can we refer this to our accountant? She's on Zoom.
Okay.
Would like to ask the chair to recognize Ms. Lani Kaimol on Zoom. Yes, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, would like to ask the chair to recognize Ms. Lani Kaimol on Zoom.
Good afternoon again. Magandang
Afternoon,
hapon.
Your Honor.
I will lay the premise or the predicate. ABS Corporation is the corporation na nag-issue ng mga shares of stocks. Itong mga shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN Corporation, I don't know kung gano'ng karami napunta sa holding company. Is that correct?
Opo.
Okay. Pagkatapos, ang ABS-CBN Corporation nag-declare ng cash dividend. At siyempre, sapagkat ang holding company ay owner ng shares of stocks or holder, hindi na itatransfer pa ang ownership, ang cash dividend sa holding company ibinibigay ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
One of the recipient lang po ang ABS-CBN Holdings.
Yes. O nga, ang ABS-CBN is one of the recipients. Pero ang kanilang marireceive, yung number of shares na hawak nila o pag-aari nila. Tama ba yun?
Opo.
Okay. At nakita naman natin dito, as early as 2000, nakatanggap ang holding company ng 106,354,153.
Okay. Opo.
Kaya ang tanong ko kanina, it is the payment of the cash dividend, sapagkat ito ay cash dividend, cash, it's either cash or bank transfer from ABS-CBN Corporation to ABS-CBN Holding Corporation.
Opo. The amount pertaining to ABS-CBN Holdings po. Opo.
Okay. So I have prepared a very simple presentation regarding this cash. Yung slide natin, pwede ba? Well, I have the form there. Ang pinagbasihan natin, balance sheet, December 31, 1999. At ang nakalagay dyan ay yung Philippine Depository Receipts as appearing on the liabilities and stockholders' equity. Hindi ko na sinama ang investment in shares. And naturally, pag tumatanggap ng cash dividend ang ABS Holding Company, nagkakaroon sila ng cash sa kanilang asset. At pag nagbebenta naman ang holding company ng PDRs, tumatanggap din sila ng cash mula sa PDR holder. Ito ba ang assumption ko ay tama?
Tama po.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as of now, gano'n nang, wag na yung ngayon, as of December 31, 2018, ano ang total number of PDRs na in-issue ng holding company?
For 2000...
Total. Total na ang sinasabi ko. Kasi nag-issue tayo ng 2000, 2001, 2002, as of December 31, 2018, gano'n ang karaming PDR ang issued and outstanding?
Mr. Chairman, the total PDRs issued by ABS Holdings throughout the years is 329,836,000. But there have been conversions into shares.
Ilan lahat?
Ang total throughout the years, from 1999 to the present, it's 329,836,000.
Yun lang ang aking outstanding as of December 31, 2018.
Wala ako nung December 31. Meron ako nung March 31, 2020 ho.
March 31,
2020
ang total,
is 298,827,100.
219 million,
298,827,100 PDRs.
298,827,100
100
PDRs.
as of March 31, 2020.
Of course, ang presyo ng PDR is fluctuating. Noong nagsimula, 46. Nakita ko sa financial statements, there were times na 12 pesos or 10 pesos. Minsan, 25 pesos, 30 pesos. Just for the purposes of our discussion, Ms. Accountant,
Yes,
will
Your
the
Honor.
average price of 30 pesos per PDR be a more or less accurate figure?
Your Honor, as of December 31, 2018, the average price or cost of investment in PDRs is at 46.82.
Mukhang medyo hindi tayo nagkaunawan dito. Siyempre, nag-issue tayo ng PDR noong 1999 and 2000.
2013.
Ang presyo ng isang PDR at the time, 46 pesos. And actually, I think it is predicated on the market value of the share of stock of ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama ba yun?
That's correct.
That's correct. We are not talking about the book value. We are not talking about the par value of the shares of stock, the market price. 46. Pero ang sabi ko nga kanina, bumababa yan. There were times in your audited financial statements, ang sabi nyo bumaba ng 21, meron pa atang 15 pesos. Kaya kung i-average natin mula noong 1999 up to the present, yung bang average price na 30 pesos per PDR approximates the average amount per PDR issued. Assumption lang natin to, just for purposes of discussion.
Pwede ho natin i-assume na yun ang average.
Assume natin 30. Kung 298 million multiplied by 30 pesos, that would amount to medyo maliit ang papel ko.
Yun po.
298,827,100 PDRs as of March 31, 2019, multiplied by 30, that would amount to 8,964,813,000. Huh?
I don't have a calculator.
298,000 million, 827 million, 100 PDRs multiplied by 30 pesos. Ano ang lalabasan natin?
About 8.9 billion pesos.
Ha?
8.9 billion pesos.
8 billion 964 million 813 pesos.
Pesos.
813,000 to be exact.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kasi noong panahon ko, wala pang computer. Kaya puro longhand multiplication. Okay. Well, anyway, itong 8,964 million representing the PDRs issued at the price of 30 pesos, itong perang to ay binayad sa holding company ng bumili ng PDR. Tama ba yung assumption?
Hindi po kasi, hindi ho based on the 30 pesos ho yung aming natanggap.
Hindi nga eh. Kaya nga nag-average muna tayo, attorney. Nagsimula tayo ng highest 46. Sabi nga natin, bumaba ng 21. in-average na lang natin ng 30 pesos give and take. Assumption lang naman.
Assumption,
Okay. Siguro actual, baka 25 or 20. Pero ang pinaparso ko, itong 8,964,000,000, assuming na 30 pesos, ito ang binayad ng PDR holders sa ating sa ABS-CBN Holding Company.
Hindi po yan yung natanggap. Kasi dalawang beses lang nag-issue ang ABS Holdings ng PDRs noong 1999.
Alam nga natin, pero ang problema, yung Lopez, dediretso muna sila sa holding company. Kaya nga ang usapan natin kahapon, yung inisyong ng Lopez will be an investment in the holding company na nakalagay investment in ABS-CBN shares. Pag dilipat na ng Lopez sa holding company, ang pag-aari ng shares wala na sa Lopez Corporation, nasa holding company. Tama ba yun?
That's correct.
That's right. So sila na ang may holding company. Pinag-usapan na rin natin na sa bawat PDR, merong isang underlying share of stock.
That's correct. Yeah.
Kaya ang example ko kahapon, si Bike Defensor ang bibili ng PDR, i-avail niya yung option price, magbabayad siya ngayon sa ABS-CBN Holding Company.
For the PDR, so?
Yes.
No.
Correct.
Correct.
So sa madaling sabi, itong 8 billion, binayad to ng mga PDR holders, whether Filipinos or foreigners, to the ABS Holding Company.
Noong 1999 lang ho nangyari yan, yung nag-offer ho ang ABS Holdings ng PDRs sa market.
Pero balik na naman tayo, Panyero Ang sabi nyo nga, ang issue nyo, 298,827,100 PDRs as of March 31, 2018.
Yun na lang ho natitira ngayon.
Ha?
Yun na lang ho ang natitira ngayon na PDRs. Kasi
Kaya nga ang tanong ko kanina, yung total issued nyo and outstanding.
yun na ho ang total issued and outstanding.
Ayun nga, total issued and outstanding.
Pero nag-issue ho, twice lang ho nag-issue ang ABS Holdings ng PDRs.
Ha?
Dalawang beses lang ho nag-issue ang ABS Holdings ng PDRs.
Hindi, pero ang
Noong
pinag-usap...
1999 and 2013.
Okay, let me just Kasi ang basic natin dito, the holding company has only one line of business. The only business of the holding company is to get the shares of stock of ABS-CBN and offer to the market by means of PDR. Tama ba
That's
yun?
correct.
As a matter of fact, base na rin sa inyong certificate of PDR, there is one underlying share, every PDR issued by ABS Holding Company.
That's correct.
So I go back to my original question, to the original assumption. Hindi na assumption to fact na to Sabi nyo, as of March 31, 298,827,100 PDRs ang outstanding sa libro ng ABS Holding Company.
That's correct.
Okay. At base rin sa inyong certificate sa PDR, nakalagay roon, PDR issued to the holder, there is an underlying one share.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Share. Kaya, tama ba na sabihin na doon sa 298,827,100 PDRs, meron ding underlying shares of stock na 298,827,100 shares of stocks. That's my question.
That's correct.
That's correct. So sa madaling sabi, kung magbibigay ako na ang ABS-CBN Holding ng 2 piso o piso na lamang para madali na cash dividend at kung ang issue ay 298,827,100 pesos, 1 peso per stock cash dividend ang ibabayad sa ABS Holding Corporation ng ABS-CBN is 298,827,100 pesos.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's right. So kung yon ang ibabayad ng ABS-CBN sa holding company, there will be payment.
Yes.
And of course, the payment will be in the form of cash.
Yes, Your Honor.
Either bank transfer
Or a check.
or manager check whatsoever.
Yes, Your Honor.
So sa madaling sabi, tinatanggap ng holding company yung cash dividend na 298,827,100 pesos kung piso sa bawat share.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At ang gagawin naman ng holding company, hindi naman nila forever hawakan eh. Ibabawas ang lahat ng expenses at kung mabawas na ang lahat ng expenses, ibibigay na yung sa holder ng PDR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So kung ang gastos ay 50 centavos, kalahati na lamang ang bibigay, 50 centavos sa bawat holder.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the one remitting to the stockholder or to the BDR holders would be ABS-CBN Holding Company.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Then, tinignan ko ang inyong cash position
Opo.
based on the balance sheet. December 31, 1999, ang cash nyo lamang 10,000 pesos, representing the paid-in capital. Pagdating ng December 31, 2000, ang cash nyo ay 2,062,042.
I'd like to refer that to Ms. Kaimo.
No, nasa financial statement na to.
Okay. Oh.
Ngayon, kung sabihin nyo mali yung sinasabi ko, you can verify whether or not these are reflected in the audited financial statement. Kung ang cash natin ng December 31, 1999 is 10,000, the cash at January 1, 2000 will be 10,000 pesos. Sa madaling sabi, the ending cash balance as of December 31 would be the starting cash balance at the start of the year, January 1, 2000. Do we agree with that?
I'd like to refer that to our resource person.
Oh,
Ms.
Ms.
Kaimo.
Accountant.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct po.
Oh, that's correct. So, noong December 31, 2000, ang cash nyo at the end of the year is 2,062,042. Ang ibig sabihin, meron kayong increase in cash na 2,052,042 for the year 2000. Is that correct?
Correct po.
Okay. Pagkatapos, no namang December 31, 2001, ang ending cash nyo is 2,460,190 pesos as appearing. Kung ang inyong cash as of December 31, 2000 is 2,062,042, that will be the starting cash balance on January 1, 2001. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
At kung at the end of December 31, ang inyong cash position is 2,460,190, nagkaroon kayo ng increase sa cash position for the entire year of 2001 in the sum of 398,148 pesos.
Yes po.
Okay, so thank you very much. Ngayon, meron din kayong interest income. For 2000, year ending December 31, 2000, you have an interest income of 315,312. Financial statements to, audited.
Opo.
At hapon, sinabi natin, accrual.
Yes po.
The income will be reflected on the year they are earned, whether paid or not. Yes.
Yes po.
O, ang interest income, nagkakaroon naman lang tayo ng interest income kung meron tayong cash na nakadeposito sa bangko o meron tayong mga notes or accounts receivable which are interest-bearing.
Yes po.
Okay. But insofar as the holding company is concerned, wala kayong accounts receivable, no notes receivable as appearing in your balance sheets, whether interest-bearing or non-interest-bearing. Tama po ba?
Opo.
So
The
itong
only-
interest income na kinikita nyo ay base sa cash na deposited nyo sa bangko.
Opo.
Okay. Kaya nga, ang pinagtataka ko lamang, aside from the receipt of the PDR, tumatanggap din kayo ng cash dividend galing sa sa ABS-CBN Corporation.
Opo.
So these are the two sources of your source of cash. Yung cash na binabayad ng PDR holders at yung cash dividend na nanggagaling sa ABS Corporation. At ito naman, meron kayong mga interest. Katulad ng for the year 2009, ang interest income nyo is 443,045. More or less, how much is your cash placement for 1 year to earn an interest income of 443,045?
Your Honor, if you base your cash balance as of this 2008, the beginning of the year, the company has 6,090,289,000 cash and cash equivalents.
Pakiulit.
Beginning of 2009, the company has 6,090,289 pesos cash and cash equivalents.
Okay. But at the end of December, but at the start of 2006, ang inyo lamang cash position is already 5,319,538.
That's the end of 2007, Your Honor.
O nga, kaya nga, alam natin na that's the end of 2007. Kaya nga, sinasabi ko, at the end of 2007, your cash position at the end of 2007 will be your cash position at the start of the first day of the succeeding year, January 1, 2008.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Kaya nga kung nag-umpisa kayo ng January 1, 2008 with the cash of 5,319,000, noong December 31, ang cash nyo ay 6,090,000, ang inyong cash increase is only 770,000 pesos. Tama? Okay?
Okay po.
Okay. Pagkatapos, kahit na ang inyong cash position at the end of December 31, 2008 is only 6,090,000, you were able to earn interest of 256,000 pesos. For the succeeding year, 444, 443, 45. My point is, magkano ba ang cash placement sa bangko to earn this interest? Assuming na mataas na to, 5% a year. So kung 5%, 500 million, how much will it be in the placement sa bangko? Miss Accountant.
It's 265,000, Your Honor.
No, huwag na tayo sa 265. Doon na tayo sa pinakamalaki. 443 interest income. For the year
2009 po.
2009. Para kayo kumita ng interest income na 443,000, how much would be your cash placement in the bank?
We have cash equivalent of 2,324,355 in 2008 and cash in bank of 3,765,934.
Pag 3 million lamang ang iyong cash in bank at kikita ka ng 443,000 a year, sobrang laki noon.
Your Honor, the total cash and cash equivalent is 6 million.
Pardon?
Your Honor, the total cash and cash equivalents at the beginning of the year is 6,90,289 pesos po.
Okay. Pagpalagay na natin 7 million, dineposit na natin na start of January 1, withdraw natin January 1 of the succeeding year. How much will be the interest?
That would account for about 7%.
Oh, ewan ko, hindi ko alam. Kasi ang tinatanong ko lamang rito, ang liliit ng inyong cash ending. Ang pinakamaliit inyong cash is 17,558,000 at the end of December 31, 2013. Pero nagsimula naman kayo ng January 1, 2013 with a cash of 16,189,000. Kaya yun lang tinatanong ko. Nasaan yung mga cash na binabayad ng PDR holders? As a matter of fact, yun naman binabayad ng PDR holders ay dinideposit nyo sa bangko nyo. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chairman, tukol ho dun sa cash proceeds from the sale of PDRs, yan po ay ginamit pambili ho ng underlying shares ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Ang sabi ko kanina,
pero ang sinasabi ko, kung ginamit man ng pambili, hindi naman pwedeng direct yan doon sa bibilan ng shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Dadaan at dadaan yan sa payee ng PDR, and the payee of the PDR is the holding company. Tama ba?
kagaya ho ng sinabi ko kanina ho na twice lang ho nag-issue ng PDRs ang ABS, noong 1999 and 2013. Whatever was received by ABS Holdings from the sale of the PDRs was used to buy ABS-CBN shares. Ngayon daw, hindi na
medyo pabalik-balik tayo.
Hindi, wala na ho natatanggap ngayon na.
Kaya nga, ang sinasabi natin, ang total niyong outstanding na PDR, 298,827,100.
Opo. Yan po, wala na pong natatanggap ang ABS Holdings na sales of.
Hindi, pero kung sasabihin nyo, ang tinatanong ko lang naman kanina, malinaw. 298,827,100 PDRs ang inisyo ng holding company. Pag ito ang inisyo nyo, inassume na natin na 30 pesos, kung sino man ang bumili o nag-transact ng PDR, the holder, kung ayaw niya ng buyer, magbabayad sa holding company.
Minsan nga lang hong nangyari yun.
Ha?
Minsan lang hong nangyari yung transaction na yun.
O kahit na minsan nangyari, pero yung minsan na pangyayari, 219 billion ang shares of stocks na inisyu na binigay nyo.
Oo.
Ngayon, kung sasabihin nyo, galing sa Lopez Holding, kung galing sa Lopez Holding, paglipat ng Lopez Holding, Lopez Incorporated, sa holding company, hindi naman donation yan.
Hindi ho.
For reconsideration. So, ang lalabas sa books of accounts ng holding company, acquisition, investment in the shares of stocks of ABS-CBN.
That's correct.
At ang ginawa ng inyong mga auditor, sa liability aspect, nilagay nyo liabilities for PDRs.
Opo.
Hindi nyo naman nilagay ron na accounts payable to Lopez Incorporated.
Kasi nga nabayaran ho yung Lopez Inc. Nabayaran ho ang Lopez Inc. noong time na yun.
Pero nabayaran. Hindi natin pinag-uusapan, hindi nabayaran. Of course, Lopez Incorporated would not agree that 132 million shares would be given for free. Alam natin yun. Pero ang nagbayad, ABS-CBN Holdings, at ang ginamit ng ABS-CBN Holdings, yung bayad ng PDR na kanilang ibinenta. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Kaya ang tinatanong ko lamang, bakit hindi reflected sa inyong cash position yung mga payment ng PDRs? Kasi tinitingnan ko rito. Unless you are willing to waive the confidentiality of the bank deposits of ABS of the holding company so that we can look into this matter. Sasabihin nyo, hindi naman kayo papayag sa confidentiality because that is a right granted to us by law. O papayag ba kayo?
I was explaining nga ho that the cash ho, na nakuha ng PDR holders, na bayad na ho
medyo
sa...
mahaba na tayo rito eh.
Your Honor,
Pabalik-balik
can I
na lang
answer?
tayo. Kaya ang tanong ko lamang, are you willing to waive your right to confidentiality of the bank deposits so that we can look into the cash deposits and cash transfers of the holding company? Of course, you will answer no.
I'll have to get authority ho.
Huh?
I'll have to get authority from... For any waiver, I have to get authority from the board.
Waiver?
I will have to get an authority from the board ho. Board of ABS Holdings.
Pero wag na natin patagalin. Siguradong hindi sila papayag.
Your Honor, can I answer for your question?
Ha?
The accountant is recognized.
Yes, the accountant.
Your Honor, when ABS-CBN issued the PDRs in 1999, the accounting framework then was the Philippine General Accounting Principles, which is under GAAP. The investment in ABS-CBN Corporation were recognized as investments in ABS-CBN shares, and the corresponding PDRs were recognized as a liability. In 2005, the Philippine fully adopted International Financial Reporting Standards as Philippine Financial Reporting Standards or PFRS. With the shift to the PFRS, the accounting for investment in ABS-CBN corporations and the corresponding PDRs were changed.
As a matter of fact, I have a footnote in my presentation. Nakalagay dito, these are based on the auditor's report. However, effective January 5, 2005, the company adopted the so-called Philippine Accounting Standards, open parenthesis, PAS-39. And due to the application of PAS-39, the investment in ABS-CBN shares appearing in the asset account and the Philippine depository receipts appearing in the liability section in the balance sheet were removed. However, said accounts can be seen in the notes of the audited financial statement. Yung sinabi mo kanina, nilagay ko rin rito ang footnote. And
That's
we do not
correct po.
agree. Kaya itong mga figures namin dito, kinuha natin starting 2005 sa notes ng inyong auditor as appearing in the balance sheet. Hindi man ako magpapabricate ng figures dito. All these figures were taken from your documents submitted to us.
Tama po yan.
O kaya nga tama. So ang tanong ko lamang, saan pumupunta yung cash na binabayad sa PDR? Okay, inumpisa natin. Balik tayo kay Miss Accountant. 1999, 132 million shares coming from Lopez Incorporated. It was entered into the books, appearing in the balance sheet as investment in the shares of stocks of ABS-CBN, approximately 6 billion. Account in the liabilities, PDRs. Tama ba? Accountant. Year 1999. Yun ang nasa libro.
Opo.
Opo, okay. Yun namang PDRs nyo na nasa liabilities, ibebenta nyo yun eh. Tama.
Nabenta na po.
Ha?
Nabenta na po yun.
Nabenta na yun?
Opo.
Ay, nasaan yung cash?
Di ba po pinambayad nga po sa pagbili ng ABS-CBN corporations?
So sa madaling sabi, immediately, pagkaka-issue sa inyo, nagbabayad kayo.
Pagkabigay ng shares, nung in-issue yung PDRs, pinambayad po siya para sa investment doon sa shares of
O,
stock.
pumasok ba sa account?
One is
Okay.
one.
Okay, assuming na pagkabenta, ibinayad nyo. Yung
Opo.
pagbebenta, payable sa holding company, ang cash.
Sa Lopez Inc. po.
Ha? Ano
Opo,
relationship
tama po.
between
Pero
the
binayad
PD?
po as liability to Lopez
Kaya nga
Inc.
kami nagugulo dito ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta eh. Yung inyong certificate, very clear. na yun ay inisyu nyo, there is an underlying. Pagkatapos ang payment, kanino dinadiretso?
PDRs po sa ABS-CBN Holdings po.
O nga, kaya nga. Pag binenta nyo ang PDR, sino binabayaran ng PDR holder na bumili?
ABS-CBN Holdings po.
So pumasok sa inyong libro.
Opo.
Okay. Ngayon, hindi ko makita rito yung cash kung paano. Kaya ang sabi ko, hindi naman kayo papayag na i-waive yung confidentiality. Well, anyway, we'll stop from there. Let the proper authorities take whatever action would be necessary under these circumstances. Okay? Mahahaba tayo. Marami nang naiinip. In your audited financial statements, Parigo? Sa inyong audited financial statements, meron tayong statement doon ng inyong auditor that there is no full-time employees ang holding company.
Wala po.
Wala tayong full-time, di ba?
Opo.
Okay. At nakalagay din ang note, does not own any real property and does not lease any real property.
Wala po.
So, paano kayo nagko-conduct ng operations with this volume of business? Wala kayong full-time employee, pagkatapos wala kayong office space na binabayaran? How do you do that?
We paid an outsourced services for the bookkeeping of the records of the company.
Ilan kayong empleyado, although not full-time? With this volume of transactions, siyempre may mga entrada to, ibibigay nyo yan sa auditor nyo at the end of the year, kung tama, you will be having book records, you will be having bank statements, kukunin nyo sa bangko, ilan kayong empleyado? With this volume of transactions?
Isa lang po. Tapos, ino-oversee ko lang po yung financial reporting.
Ikaw lamang mag-isa?
May nagbo-bookkeep po.
Opisina?
May nag-record po.
Saan kayo nag-opisina?
Ako po sa Rockwell Business Center, Sheridan po.
Saan lugar, Miss?
Sa Mandaluyong po.
Sa Mandaluyong, anong building?
Rockwell Business Center, Sheridan po.
Okay. And according to your audited financial statement, you are not leasing any office space and you are not paying any rental.
Your Honor, we're co-located with Lopez Inc. We're co-located with Lopez Inc. Co-location ho kami with Lopez Inc. Sorry.
Ko kasi medyo mahina na ang aking pandinig eh.
Ang ABS Holdings
Kaya I expect na malakas din ang sasagot sa aking
ABS Holdings is co-located with Lopez Inc., which is on the same building, 15th floor,
Okay.
Sheridan, Rockwell, Sheridan.
So they are having the same office in the building where Lopez Inc. is doing business.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Ito yung binanggit ng aking kaibigan, si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. And this is appearing in your audited financial statement for the year 2000 and perhaps for the succeeding year. Hindi ko na-verify. And I quote, as appearing in page 1 under the caption item, business. I quote, the PDRs unlock the share value of ABS-CBN Corporation, allowing foreigners to participate in a media enterprise whose ownership is constitutionally limited to Filipinos. With foreigners allowed to buy PDRs, ABS-CBN shares, which have long been undervalued, can now play a catch-up with regional media counterparts, unquote. Sa madaling sabi, very basic to. Hindi lang natin malaman whether or not this would be a violation of the constitutional provision against the requirement of 100% Filipino ownership insofar as the ownership of mass media is concerned. Yun lamang. Then sa Big Dipper, medyo short na lang ako rito. Niyan ako sa mga kasunod ko. Where is Big Dipper? Okay, thank you very much. Well, I am interested in Big Dipper. Unang-una, hindi na ako napagtanong kahapon, limited ang oras ko. But we have also a PESA zone in Dasmariñas, Cavite. More than 30 years na ata to. And during the time that I was the mayor, I had the opportunity to meet and discuss some concerns with our locators who are PESA registered. We have Japanese corporation, Korean corporation, even German corporations from Germany, and I think one or two coming from the United States of America. Basically, insofar as PESA is concerned, ang natatandaan ko, kinakailangan to isang pioneer industry under the BOI. I will be asking the question to ABS-CBN, to Big Dipper officials. Hindi ko natatanungin si Director General Plaza because based on the records, the approval was made in 2009 when Director General Plaza was not yet the head of PESA. Tama po ba yun? Big Dipper? Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask our tax counsel, Attorney Lucille Becerra, to be recognized?
Attorney
Lucille Becerra.
Attorney Becerra is recognized.
Oh, yes. The one who provided me with the Supreme Court ruling in the case of Quezon City versus ABS-CBN.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. Yeah, Mr. Chair, on the pioneer status, no, Big Dipper secured its pioneer status subsequently after registration upon compliance with the $5 million investment in equipment. And that was approved by PESA.
So, ano ang ginagawa ng Big Dipper?
Okay.
Main
Your Honor,
business.
Big Dipper digitizes, repurposes content.
Pakilakas lamang.
Big Dipper
Yes.
digitizes, repurposes content. It modifies the content in some way so as to make the content distributable to the international market and the local market. Para ho, the content can be played in different formats, different
Okay, thank you.
platforms.
So, in common layman's language, ini-improve nyo lamang ang quality.
Hindi po,
Ah,
hindi po exactly yun.
ano?
For the international market, there are certain standards that have to be met.
Okay.
And
So,
in different platforms po, may mga kailangan gawin so that it's playable. For example, even in mobile phones, there are different standards. There's you can have your one.
okay. Let's be a little bit brief. Ang ginagawa nyo, your client is ABS-CBN Corporation. Big Dipper in the Philippines.
In the Philippines, Your Honor, we have ABS-CBN Corporation. We have,
Is your only client in the Philippines?
no, Your Honor, we have 4 other.
In the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
And percentage-wise on income, how much comes from ABS-CBN and how much comes from the 4 others?
In terms of percentage,
No, in terms of income.
from
Percentage-wise.
from ABS-CBN, it's about 31% or about 838 million.
Local.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the other 4, what companies?
Honorable Barsaga, if you could wind up maybe in the next round. Yeah, anyway, go ahead.
If I may give the breakdown, ABS-CBN Corporation, about 32%. ABS-CBN Films, about 7.96%. Films po? Films, yes. Sarimonok News Network, or the news, very small, less than 1%. Creative Programs, Inc., about 5%.
Well,
Explained yesterday, the ultimate users or consumers of the content are the viewers here and overseas. So even if the direct transactors are local related companies, which is the ones we mentioned.
Mr. Tan, I think the question of the Honorable Barsaga, kung meron pa kayong ibang kliyente labas sa ABS-CBN, yung binanggit niyo po mga korporasyon, while it is pwede hong iba, pero kayo din po yun. ABS-CBN, Lopez din.
Okay.
Isang
Okay na yun.
pagmamayari.
Okay na yung mga korporasyon. Now, according to you, the ultimate users are the Filipinos in the Philippines.
Could you kindly repeat that, Your Honor?
Well, a while ago, you stated that the ultimate users or consumers will be the Filipinos in the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Eh kasi naalala ko, nung ako ay mayor, sa FCIA, ang sabi sa akin, alam mo naman na niya, mayor, kami export. Kinakailangan, pag nagagawa kami dito, yung mga products namin, i-export namin sa aming mother company. Hindi kami permitted to have local sale. Kaya kahit na gusto mong bumili, nagagamitin mo ng city government, hindi ka pwedeng bumili. Kayo, meron ba kayong local sales? Are you permitted to have local sales? Kasi PESA registered kayo.
Your Honor, if I may answer po, yes, we are permitted to have local sales, but our
Okay, permitted
exports...
kayo?
Apo.
Ngayon, is it 100% ng inyong ginagawa or a certain percentage only?
We should reach po 50% export.
50% export.
Apo.
So, kung mag-enhance kayo, enhance, together with the sound, etc., with high definition, etc., 50% ba lamang, 50% ang dapat sa Pilipinas at 50% outside of the Philippines.
Yung services to be rendered po, dapat po rendered for products that are for export. So yun po yung 50%. Yung other 50% naman po na allowed under PESA registration can be serviced for local companies like ABS.
You complicated yan. Nagagawa ng show ang ABS-CBN, nagpo-produce sila. Tama?
Tama po.
Oh, i-enhance nyo yung kanilang show.
Hindi po siya basta ine-enhance lang.
Hindi nga, i-enhance nyo lahat, sounds, etc., etc.
May i-enhance po siya para maipalabas sa local television. Yun po yung services ng Big Dipper to ABS-CBN.
Honorable Barsaga?
Okay, pero just a follow-up, this is
Yes, go
very
ahead.
interesting. Kasi ang sinasabi nyo, 50% ng inyong product or services can be sold in the Philippines, 50% abroad.
Your Honor, ang registration po niya is at any time po, our local sales should not exceed 50% of
Kaya nga,
our total sales.
Maximum.
Opo.
O kaya nga, pag gumawa ng isang film, ang ABS-CBN, paano nyo i-enhance nyo, sound system, everything, etc., etc. Eh paano mag-50% yun sa Pilipinas, maximum, and the rest would be abroad? Yun lamang ang hindi ko madala ng aking isipan.
Medyo pwede pong ipaliwanag pero
You just put that position in writing.
okay, Your Honor.
Okay, pagkatapos, ano na lamang to? You have a custom bonded warehouse. Wala na.
Wala na po.
Wala na. But your importation of machineries are tax-free.
Opo, tama po yan.
Tax-free, okay.
Tax and duty free po.
And of course, itong mga equipment natin, merong useful life.
Meron po.
Pag fully depreciated na, ano ang ginagawa nyo doon sa equipment, na inimport nyo?
We retired them po pag hindi na po siya useful kasi mabilis din po ang galaw ng technology. Wala na rin po siyang napupuntahan.
Do you have the obligation to re-export that to your supplier?
Wala na po.
Wala na.
Wala na po, Mayor.
So what do you do with that?
We destroy them na po.
Well, we'll find out that. Tingnan na lang natin kasi kulang na tayo sa oras. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At pasensya na.
Opo. Thank you so much, Honorable Barsaga. Congressman Alvarez, Chairman Alvarez, sorry.
Yes, Kong Mike, nandiyan na ba si Kong Boying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. He is already here on the floor, Mr. Chairman. At alam po niya na inintay niyo po siya para dito sa kanyang pagtatanong sa Amcara. Mr. Chairman, before we visit to Amcara, pwede po bang basahin ko yung statement na pinadala ni Chairman Eric Yap of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead po, Kong Mike.
Yes, with your indulgence, the members of the committee, Chairman Alvarado of the Good Government Committee, statement of Representative Eric Goyap on the House Joint Panel hearing on the tax issues of ABS-CBN. Sa natapos na pagdinig ng Kongreso kahapon tungkol sa usaping taxes ng ABS-CBN, naging malinaw sa atin ang tax avoidance scheme na ginamit nila sa pamamagitan ng mga distribution companies nila sa Luxembourg, Hungary at Cayman Islands. Pag nilagay mo ang pangalan ng mga bansang ito sa Google, kasunod agad nito ang mga salitang tax haven. Ito yung mga bansang maaaring maglagay ang isang dayuhan ng mga assets o negosyo nila upang makaiwas sa pagbabayad ng mas mataas na taxes sa bansa nila. Case in point, ABS-CBN. This is tax avoidance. ABS-CBN is a tax avoider. Ito ay wake-up call sa atin upang pag-aralan ang mga kasalukuyang tax regulations ng bansa upang hindi tayo magising isang araw na ang mga malalaking negosyong gaya nila ay ginaya na rin ang tax avoidance scheme nito. This statement again is coming from the Chairman of Appropriations of the House of Representatives, Chairman Eric Goyap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kong Mike. Siguro ngayon, balikan na po natin ang Amcara para sa kanilang presentation. Amcara, we're recognized.
The Amcara resource person, Mr. Chairman.
Sino po ang resource person natin ngayon mula sa Amcara?
Good afternoon. I am Rodrigo Carandang. I'm the chairman of Amcara. We don't actually have a presentation, but we are open to questions. I also have with me Attorney Tony Veloso, President of Amcara.
Maraming salamat po at meron pong pinadalang manifestation at katanungan si Vice Chairman Eric Yap at maaari niyo po bang masagot ang kanyang katanungan? Kailangan niyo po bang paulit ko yung kanyang manifestation at tanong? Okay, Congressman Remulla, you may continue your question.
Magsisimula pa lang po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po. Nandito ba ho ang NTC? Commissioner Cordova, is he present right now? Nandiyan ba ho siya?
Comsec, kasama po ba natin si Commissioner Cordova ng NTC?
Nandyan siya, Kong Jonathan.
Can I ask for the presence of Gamaliel Cordova, Chairman, Commissioner of the NTC? Ayun pala, is there? Magandang hapon po, Mr. Commissioner.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the two committees. Narinig niyo po ba ako ng malinaw?
Very clear, sir. I asked for the NTC because I will first ask the NTC, Mr. Chairman, yung background ng Amcara in accordance with the regulatory function of NTC. Then we will make Amcara answer some questions which will be coincidental to the question and answer with NTC. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Sige po, pinapayagan po.
Ang NTC po ay nag-issue ng isang CDO or Cease and Desist Order noong May 5, 2020. Nag-comply ba ho ang ABS-CBN dito? Sila ba'y sumunod sa Cease and Desist Order ng NTC?
Yeah, Your Honor, nung pong May 5, 2020, pagka-issue po namin ng Cease and Desist Order ng hapon, ng araw na yon ay nung pong gabi ay sinunod po nila ang Cease and Desist Order issued by the NTC at sila po ay nagsarado po ng pag-ere. Ang ABS-CBN po.
Ang sinasabi niyo ho, yung analog operation po ng ABS-CBN ay tumigil in accordance with the CDO.
Yun pong analog at saka po yung mga digital dito po sa Manila at saka po sa ibang lugar.
Sandali po, no? May 5, ang tumigil lang, yung sa Quezon City, yung digital, yung sa set-top box, yung tinatawag na TV Plus ng mamamayang Pilipino, ito po'y umandar hanggang nung isang araw.
Yes.
Ano ho
Yes,
ang inyong paliwanag dito kung bakit hindi po ba't tumuloy ho ang operasyon ng TV Plus?
Opo, nag-issue po kami ng instruction sa aming mga regional offices para po ma-monitor at mag-report ng compliance. Yun pong National Capital Region na regional office namin reported po na meron pong mga programs pa na nakikita dun sa TV Plus ng ABS-CBN po.
In other words, Mr. Commissioner, ang ABS-CBN ay nagpatuloy ng broadcast except for the analog, tinuloy po nila yung TV Plus from May 5 mula ng CDO hanggang July 1. Tama ba ho yan, Mr. Commissioner?
Opo, hanggang po nag-issue kami nung Cease and Desist Order. Actually, Your Honor, noon po kasing nagsalita po si President Carlo Katigbak of ABS-CBN ay binanggit po niya na meron block time agreement ang ABS-CBN sa Amcara Broadcasting. Yun po kasi ang ginagamit nila sa Channel 43 for Metro Manila. Yun po ang kanyang sinabi kung bakit umay-ere pa po sila.
Nung June 29, ang sinabi nila, meron silang block time agreement nga. Kinonfirm po ito ng ABS-CBN dito sa committee at binigyan ho kami ng kopya ng block time. Ito ba ho ay pinaalam po sa NTC? Trabaho nyo ba ho na tingnan ng block time agreements?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Ang mga block time agreements, as I think binanggit po ni President or Chairman Nick Dow ng KBP, ay sila po ang nagre-regulate dito through self-regulation. Hindi po namin, wala po kaming kinalaman sa content or sa ganyan pong arrangement between the broadcasters.
Ito po ay dahil sa Supreme Court decision ng Chavez versus Gonzales. Tama ho yan?
Opo, because ang jurisdiction po ng NTC ay doon lamang po sa technical, sa transmission, pero hindi po sa content. Hindi po sa content.
Di ba meron na ho mga block time na illegal na lumabas sa bansang ito, Mr. Commissioner? May mga block time na ho na illegal. O kaya hindi ho, nag-withdraw po o kinancel ang arrangement dahil meron pong notification na meron pong problema ang block time. Nangyari na ba ho ito?
I think, Your Honor, noong pong 2008, ang nagkaroon po ng kaso, yung pong GMA at saka ABC5, dahil po may Malaysian company na para pong nagba-block time doon. So, I think sinabi po ng Supreme Court na hindi po pwede yun ganon, Your Honors. Hindi ko lang po alam ang masyadong detalye.
Para hong vina-violate yung constitutional prohibition na may dayuhan sa mass media. Yung ba ho yun?
I think so, Your Honor. Opo, parang ganon po.
Kaya para pagiging black timer pala para ho magbenta ng black time ang isang kumpanya, ano ho dapat ang requirement dito? May sariling equipment dapat yan, di ba ho? Tama ba ho yun?
Based po dahil ang eksperto po dito ay si KBP President Junic daw at based po sa kanyang sinabi, yung pong broadcaster ay kailangan may sarili po siyang equipment, sariling personnel at yung pong black timer ay nagba-black time lang sa kanya at kumukuha lang po ng oras. Yes. Opo. Pero yung pong equipment at personnel, base po sa sinabi ni President Nick daw, ay doon po sa may-ari ng network.
Meron ba ho kayong record ng mga gamit ng... meron ba hong report sa inyo about the equipment of Amcara Broadcasting? Kasi sila ho, nagpapa-block time. Meron ba ho kayong record ng equipment nila?
Actually po, Your Honors, nung sinabi po kasing nagba-block time sila, ay medyo napaisip po kami dahil ang alam po namin ay ang mga gamit po ng Amcara ay wala po silang permit sa amin or gamit for digital television. Ang meron po silang mga permit sa amin ay yung po mga luma pa po, Your Honors.
Analog pa ho yung kanilang equipment na nakalista sa talaan ng National Telecommunications Commission.
Yes, Your Honors. Meron po akong mga kopya dito. I can submit it to the committee. Ang dates po nito is 1998, 1997, so medyo matagal na po siya.
Commissioner
Analog po
Cordova,
ito.
Latest purchases nila, latest equipment po nila, 1998 pa ho? 1997?
Opo, ito po, I'll give you an example. Yun pong kanilang permit to purchase of radio equipment, May 20, 1997. Tapos yun naman pong radio construction permit ay July 29, 1998 po ito. Tapos yun pong analog pa po rito. Yung pong radio construction permit ay July 29, 1998. Ang equipment po nila is Comart, ang tatak. Tapos ang model is CTT-U-20 CX1C. At ito po, July 29, 1998, Mareco Broadcasting Network. Doon po sa equipment nila ay nasa Tirad Pass, Santa Mesa Heights, Quezon City. July 29, 1998, nandun daw po ang kanilang equipment. Under the name of Mareco pa po ito, lumang pangalan po ng company.
Ito po yung lumang kumpanya ng, tama ba ho yan, may dating kumpanya po na bago ho naging Amcara, Mareco ang pangalan ng kumpanyang yon.
Opo, tama po.
Meron ba hong authority o provisional authority ang Amcara na mag-operate ng digital television?
Meron po sila na authority na mag-operate ng digital television sa dito po sa mga lugar na ito. Sandali lang po. Meron po akong lista.
Meron sila mga PA para sa DTT broadcast. Pero ano yun, di ba?
Opo, digital television po. Ito po yung sa ano po ito sa Santo Tomas Benguet, August 2, 2018. Sa Mount Banoy, Batangas, August 9, 2018. Bacolod City, August 9, 2018. Matinas Shrine, Davao, August 9, 2018. Tapos meron po sila sa Metro Manila, ito po yun, i-explain ko po mamaya. July 12, 2019, meron po sila sa Metro Manila, Cavite, Laguna, Rizal, Bulacan. So, noon pong tineka po ito sa committee, nagtataka po kami kung paano makaka-ere po ang Amcara. Wala naman po silang equipment, wala po silang permit. So noon pong nag-serve ng cease and desist order ang aming pong mga engineers, ay pinatest na rin po namin, pinacheck po namin kung saan po nanggagaling ang signal noon pong Channel 43.
Saan po nanggagaling?
Ito po, may report po ang aming engineers. We can also submit it to the committee.
Pakisabit ito sa committee yung report, ha? Please submit.
This is dated June 30. Basahin ko po kung okay lang.
Please read it for the record.
Opo, ito po galing para sa head ng aming NTC director ng NCR. Sinabmit po ng 3 engineers namin sa kanya. This monitoring report is being submitted in compliance with Mission Order Number NCR 104-20, dated June 30, 2020, to monitor and locate the signal source of Channel 43. Ano po yan? 647.143 MHz assigned to Amcara Broadcasting Network. Upon receipt of the order, the undersigned immediately conducted a radio frequency monitoring through the use of RNS, radio monitoring equipment, in order to determine and verify any existing radio frequency propagation and eventually identify the exact location of the transmitter being monitored. Kumbaga po ay hinahanap po nila kung nasaan.
Nasaan po?
Saan nanggagaling po? Based on the results of the RNS radio monitoring equipment, we observed that there is an existing broadcast propagation, 6 MHz band, and the result of the measurement shows that a strong signal is emanating from the direction of ABS-CBN's tower along Mother Ignacia Street, Quezon City. Attached herewith are the printed results from the RNS radio monitoring equipment for your ready reference.
Mr. Commissioner, tama po yung narinig ko na ang signals po ng AMCARA ay nanggagaling po sa ABS-CBN compound?
Base po dito sa report po ng aming engineers ng NCR ay galing po sa loob ng ABS-CBN compound tower. Yung tower po nila doon. Opo.
Ano ho ito? Is this a legitimate broadcast of a franchise holder, a broadcasting company, na yan ba ho ay tama o meron ba ho explanation to?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Honorable Rimulya.
Yes, Chairman Defensor.
Yes, I think, Honorable Rimulya, that report is technical. Ang sinasabi ng engineer ng NTC galing sa ABS-CBN. So, klaro na po yung punto, Mr. Chairman, that is the signal coming from the ABS-CBN tower. Honorable Rimulya.
Okay. Kasi ito, I just want to lay the predicate ho. Kasi we are being bashed, Mr. Chairman, a matter of personal and collective privilege. Binabash po tayo sa social media. Ang dinadahilan po ng mga followers ng ABS-CBN in accordance with their communication plan, I suppose, na meron daw silang franchise to broadcast from AMCARA. Eh ako ho, I find something unusual about this kasi yung black time agreement na yon is hindi ho tama yung signals na nakukuha ko sa pagkaunawa ko po ng pagkapatakbo ng isang kumpanya. Ang lumalabas ko dito, yung fraud, may element po na fraud against the legislative power of Congress. Kaya ho kailangan ko ilay yung predicate para ho makita natin dito kasi nagmamalinis po eh. Ito po ang pagmamalinis ng isang negosyo na marami hong sinabi tungkol sa Kongreso. Ngayon ho, gusto ko ho malaman kung sila po ay forthcoming sa kanilang mga sinasabi sa committee ito. At sa akin po, Mr. Chairman, para ho madali tayo rito, since we are already within, just give me 5 minutes, pero ang sa akin po, padala po natin ng NBI. Tawagan natin ng NBI, tulungan tayong mag-imbestiga tungkol ho sa veracity ng report ng NTC. Para ho magkasubukan na. Kasi dito po, para magkaintindihan na hindi ho tayo nanggigipit, tayo po, batas lang po ang pinatutupad natin.
Mr.
Kasi
Chairman,
marami ho silang dinadahilan eh.
On the point of the
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the point of the personal and collective privilege ni Honorable Remulla, tama po yun eh. Kasi parang sinasabi po dun sa social media, black timer si ABS-CBN kay Channel 43. Tama po. Honorable Remulla, di ba? Ganun po yung lumalabas eh.
Yan po yung naririnig ko.
Opo. Kaya po kahapon pa sinasabi namin, hindi. Yan ay signal ni ABS-CBN. Ngayon po sinabi ng NTC, walang equipment si AMCARA. At nung chinek nung kanilang technical staff ng engineer, ang signal nanggagaling sa ABS-CBN tower sa compound. And so I joined the Honorable Remulla with his personal collective privilege. Ito po talaga, wala tayong ginigipit, batas ang sinusunod natin, sila ang hindi sumusunod sa pagpapatupad ng batas. And if there will be a call by the Honorable Remulla for the NBI to look into this, we have the reports of the NTC, then I join him, Mr. Chairman.
I will submit to them the documents that I have, pero establish pa ho natin ng kaunting na lang ho ito. Kaunting na lang po. Meron ba ho mga permit ang AMCARA to install digital equipment na nakuha sa NTC, Mr. Commissioner?
Opo. Bago po kasi magtayo ng binigyan po namin sila ng provisional authority. Pagkatapos po noon ay hihingi po sila ng mga permits sa amin para po makapagtayo ng digital, makapag-ere ng digital para po sa mga equipment nila na bago dahil po yung analog ay luma na po yun. So humihingi po sila ng permit sa amin. Yan po yung mga permits to possess, permit to purchase, permit to construct, permit to operate, permit to sell.
Meron na ho silang permit na hawak para ho sa digital equipment?
Your Honor, dun po sa mga lugar na chinek ko po kanina, na binanggit ko po kanina, wala pong permit sa Metro Manila pati po sa ibang lugar ay wala rin pong permits. But Your Honors, the best evidence would be a certification from our regional directors. And humingi na po ko sa kanila, we can also submit it to the committee. Wala pong permit sa any areas po na may digital TV.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, tama ba ho ko sa pag-iisip na kailangan po ng permits sa NTC sapagkat may national security implications ang broadcasting equipment? Tama ba ho ito?
Well, kasama po yun, Your Honors, at saka isa pa po, kasi po kapag wala kang permit at gumamit ka lang ng kahit na anong transmitter, maaari pong yung transmitter mo ay maka-apekto sa iba po nagtatransmit. Kaya po dapat very exact po yan, lalo na po ngayon sa digital.
Pwede
So,
ho mag-crash ang
ano po yun?
eroplano kung mali po yung, kung meron ho mga signal na manggagaling sa kolorum na lugar. Tama ho yun, Mr. Commissioner.
Opo, maapakan po yung signal ng TV, hindi po makakapanood ang ating mga kababayan, lalo-lalo na po dito sa digital TV ay marami pong program sa isang 6 MHz. Kaya dapat po very precise, meron ka pong sariling permit, meron ka pong sariling gamit, kaya po humihingi po ng permit sa aming opisina. Bago po bumili at habang kinoconstruct po yan.
Mr. Chairman, mahaba pa ho itong sanang tatanungin ko kasi pati yung financial statements sila, pinag-aralan ko po, meron po isang problema na lang na lumalabas eh. Sa FS po nila kasi, 2018, charges to ABS, ito FS po ito ng Amkara ha, charges to ABS-CBN block time, 33,248,452. Charges by ABS-CBN, facilities related expense, 18,229,596. Wala ho ritong ibang item na pinagkikitaan ang Amkara kundi ABS-CBN. Affiliates, charges by subsidiaries of ABS-CBN. Yun din po, 228,279 pesos. Lumalabas po talaga, ito yung panahon na hindi pa sila nagda-divest. Pero ngayon po, meron ba ho sila ipakikita na may equipment na ho ang Amkara na hindi po ABS-CBN ang may-ari? Gusto niyo kong sagutin, Mr. Tan? Ms. Vidanes? Mr. Miranda? Mr. Quezon? Sino ang gustong sumagot sa inyo? May equipment ba ho ang Amkara na hindi ho hinihiram sa ABS-CBN? Sa digital broadcast?
Congressman Remulla, kasama po natin ngayon yung Amkara. Gusto nyo bang kausapin yung Amkara?
Sige ho, ang Amkara naman ang ating harapin ngayon.
Amkara?
Mr. Karandang?
Nandito po.
Ano ho ang equipment ng Amkara?
Before you begin, the Honorable Remulla, before you begin.
Vice Chairman Defensor?
Yes. Mr. Karandang, medyo doon po sa binanggit ni Honorable Remulla kanina na wala po kayong equipment at yung signal nang gagaling po sa ABS-CBN, yan po, wina-warningan ko na po kayo na may problema po tayo dyan. Just so that I remind you, please do not anymore deceive the Congress and this government. Hindi lang po ang Kongreso, ang NTC, ang buong gobyerno sa nangyayari sa ngayon. At yung pong patawag ni Honorable Remulla para sa NBI, yan po'y lalalim lalo ang problema sa pag-iimbestiga dito. So, Honorable Remulla, with your indulgence, pasensya na po.
Mr. Karandang, are you present?
Yes, present po.
Alam nyo naman yung rights nyo, no? Kayo ba yung nanumpa na? Have you taken your oath of oath?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So lahat po ng sinasabi nyo rito ay totoo at hindi ko kayo gagawa ng ibang storya.
Oh.
May investment na ba ho kayo sa digital equipment, Mr. Karandang?
Hindi pa ho kami bumibili ng transmitter para sa digital TV.
Ano ho yun? Ano ho yun?
Hindi pa kami nabili po. Hindi pa kami nag-i-import ng bagong transmitter para sa digital TV.
Saan ho nanggagaling ang signal ng Amkara?
Ang totoo po niyan, nung na-assign ang frequency ng Amkara na Channel 43 sa ABS-CBN, nung nagsimula sila mag-test broadcast, bumili na ho, ang ABS-CBN ho ang bumili ng mga transmitter para doon sa test broadcast.
Ito ho ay 2019, Mr. Karandang, no? 2019 po ito. Anong year ho ito?
Before 2019 po ito. Na
2015 po ito.
Test broadcast ang ABS-CBN. Kasi inassign po yung Channel 43, inassign ng NTC, yung Channel 43 sa ABS-CBN po. Yun po ang nangyari. So ang bumili ho ng transmitter, si ABS-CBN kasi sila yung magte-test broadcast.
Pero kayo na ho may-ari ng Amkara nung ulit, di ba? Sabi ho sa divestment po ng ABS-CBN.
Tama po yun. Ngayon, naggawa ho kami ng deed of assignment from ABS-CBN to Amkara, pero hindi pa ho nasasubmit sa NTC. Kasi bakit pa ho kami bibili kung nakabili na, kasi Channel 43 siya, so sa Channel 43 lang ho siya magagamit. Ganun po yung situation namin ngayon.
So yung lahat po, pero Mr. Karandang, no? Bago ho naging digital ang Amkara, bago ho nagkaroon ng digital permits, kayo po ay black timer ng ABS-CBN? Kayo po ay nagbibigay ng black time sa ABS-CBN?
Tama po yun.
For 24 years, ganun ba ho yun, Mr. Karandang?
Ganun po lumalabas.
21 hours a day, Mr. Karandang?
Tama po yun. Covered ho ng black time agreement.
For 24 years, Mr. Karandang?
Tama po.
Black time ho ang tawag nyo ron?
Simula ho namin.
Ang mga empleyado nyo ba ho, empleyado nyo sa engineers, ay empleyado nyo lang kusang mag-isa o empleyado ng ABS-CBN ang inyong ginagamit? Your ano, Mr. Karandang?
Ang arrangement po namin, kumuha po kami ng nag-outsource po kami ng operations ng transmitter for operational efficiency.
Tapos?
So, naka-outsource po ito kay TSI.
Ano ho yun? Ano ho yun?
TSI ho. Isa ho itong service company na nagpo-provide ng para i-operate ang mga transmitter on a daily basis.
Hindi ho kayo humihiram o hindi gumagamit ng transmitter ng ABS-CBN sa operations ng ng Amkara ngayong panahon nyo na?
Ngayon po, yung binanggit ho nyo na Channel 43, ang owner ho noon during that time, ang bumili is ABS-CBN po.
Ngayon, kayo na may-ari nun?
Sila talaga ang may-ari no kasi nga ginagamit ng NTC yung Channel 43 sa ABS-CBN para makapag-test broadcast.
Yung sa mga probinsya po, yung mga nasa anong islands to? Guimaras, Negros, Cebu, Bacolod.
Opo, ganun din po nangyari. Kasi
equivalent din ho ng ABS-CBN lahat.
ABS-CBN po talaga yon. Yung mga analog lang po ang sa Amkara. Yun yung mga binanggit na mga luma home transmitters.
Halos hindi na ho nagagamit yon, di ba ho?
Pakiulit po.
Gumagana pa ho yung mga transmitter na yon?
Yeah, nasa maintenance po yun eh.
Pero hindi ho digital. Ito po yung analog.
Hindi ho digital yon.
Sa TV ho, yung sa picture tube yan. Di ba? Sa television, sa picture tube TV talaga bagay ang analog. Kaya ho nag-migrate tayo sa digital, Mr. Karandang, di ba?
Opo, tama po yun.
Kaya
ngayon, nag-execute ho ng deed of assignment between ABS-CBN and Amkara doon sa mga digital TV transmitters. Kasi nga, nakabili na sila eh. Masasayang naman ho.
Inassign nila sa Amkara lahat ng transmitter?
Ito hong sa digital lang po.
Tapos, ano hong tax implication nun sa assignment? Nagbayad ba kayo ng buwes para magamit yung equipment na yon o hindi ho?
Pag-uusapan pa yon, sa ngayon, nag-execute lang kami ng deed of assignment. Hindi pa ho ito na isasubmit ho sa NTC.
Tandaan nyo, Mr. Karandang, huwag kayo magtatakip ha. Ang mga tanong ho namin, malinaw.
Opo.
So, hindi pa ho ninyo binabayaran ng ABS-CBN sa equipment na to sa deed of assignment?
Wala pa ho, hindi pa ho na-approve yung itong deed of assignment na to, kailangan namin isubmit sa NTC. Pag na-approve ho, tsaka ho mapoprocess lahat itong mga bayaran po.
Lumalabas, for the past 18 months, Mr. Karandang, wala kayong binibiling equipment at wala kayong tinatrabahong equipment para ho mag-transmit ang Amkara all over the country.
ang nangyari po, nag-execute nga kami ng deed of assignment. Pwede ho namin isubmit ito sa inyo yung kopya.
Ano ho yan? It will only be official if it's notarized. Tsaka nakabayad na ho ng tax yan.
Honorable Julia, if I
Authorized
may...
Vice Chairman Defensor.
Ay, Mr. Chairman, salamat po. Mr. Karandang, pati ho yung tower, i-deed of assignment sa inyo?
Hindi po. Ano ho yun? Ang tawag ho doon, co-location. So may mga rental cost ho doon.
Ipaparenta po sa inyo?
Opo.
Eh, di
Sharing
ganun din
po
ho
yun.
nangyari.
Cost-effective ho yung operation.
Ilalagay po sa inyo yung tower, ilalagay sa inyo yung equipment, para kunyari po, kayo na talaga yung nagpapatakbo nung digital channel. Tama po ba?
Hindi po, kasi talagang ang equipment po, doon po nakalagay. Siyempre ho, ang napakamahal ho magtayo ho ng tower.
Tama po.
Mr.
Kasi po
Karandang,
dati po, nung hindi pa naisara, ikinarga kayo doon sa TV Plus. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Okay.
Tama po yun. Ang
Opo.
TV Plus ho, receiver ho yun eh. Parang
Opo.
TV set yun na kinakabit sa TV. So pag
Opo.
nag-broadcast ka ng digital, kahit anong frequency ho ng digital, marireceive po doon sa TV Plus na box.
Tama po.
Mr. Chair, pwedeng
So,
mag-interject
ngayon
na-
po,
sige.
Ilang tanong lang.
Ngayon po na naipit na, ibabalik na, ngayon na ho na nasara na, sa inyo na po ibibigay muna. Pero di po ba dapat, doon sa analog ninyo, kung saan kayo na-approve, doon nyo itatayo yung tower, at doon kayo mag-aalagay para for the digital box. Hindi ho pwedeng sa ABS-CBN signal ang gagamitin ninyo. Tama po ba?
Pakiulit po.
Kasi po sa ngayon, gumagana kayo sa signal na nanggagaling sa tower ng ABS-CBN na yung pong signal na yun inaprubahan ng NTC. Tama po, di ba?
Tama po.
So, ang Amkara may iba siyang signal at dapat ibang tower. Kung sakali magdi-digital TV kayo, eh dapat sa tower ninyo galing sa inyong sariling signal na i-assign o naka-assign sa inyo batay sa inyong prangkisa.
Ganito po yun eh. Yung 43 naka-assign po ngayon sa Ankara. Ang
Kaya nga po.
naka-assign na po ngayon ay Channel 16 para sa ABS-CBN. Yung Channel 16 po ang sinara ng ABS-CBN.
Paalala lang
Kasi
po
yung
sa
Ankara,
Ankara na kayo po
43
ay
assigned sa-
under oath sa
Apo?
pagdinig na ito. Kung maaari po ay yung pawang katotohanan lamang po ang sabihin ninyo sa joint committee na ito sapagkat patong-patong po ang inyong magiging kaso pagkatapos po ng hearing na ito kung mapapatunayan na kayo ay hindi nagsasabi ng pawang katotohanan.
Opo.
Mr. Karandang, huli na lang po. Ito pong binabanggit nyong lahat na pag-ayos, paglipat sa inyo, pinag-usapan niyo po yan ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Opo. Thank you po.
Ito na lang ho, no? Ang deed of assignment po, magkano ho consideration, Mr. Karandang? Magkano binayad nyo para i-assign sa inyo ng ABS-CBN lahat?
84,196,083 pesos po.
Magkano ho, magkano?
84 million po.
Ang binayad nyo?
Ang ibabayad po once ma-approve ito.
Hindi pa ho executed ang contract, wala pang consideration.
Pakiulit po.
Hindi pa ho executed ang contract kasi wala pa hong consideration.
Consideration na inaantay lang po namin pag na-submit ho natin to at na-approve po ng NTC, magbabayad po kami.
Sige ho, yan ang palusot nyo ha. Isang tanong pa ho.
Apa.
Dilipat po yung shares na 49% ng ABS-CBN sa inyo. Tama ho, Mr. Karandang?
Tama po.
Ang 51%, sino ho may-ari?
Original po, ang Karandang family po.
Ngayon,
naka-estate po sa akin yung shares po ng father ko. Kasi namatay na po yung father ko.
naka-estate po sa iyo. Ang tanong po rito, magkano ang binayad nyo para makuha nyo yung 49%?
Ang alam ko ho, 40 million.
Hahanapin po namin ng paper trail ng perang yan. Ha? O sige ha, 40 million. Binayaran nyo ng cash, check, paano nyo binayaran?
Dividends po.
Ha?
Dividends.
Dividends? Paano ho binayaran ng Amcara ang ABS-CBN? Magkano ho binayad nyo? 40 million? Cash po ito? Paano yung binayad? Cash po o cheque? O money transfer? Ano ho ginamit nyo? Tsaka ano ho ang date ng transfer?
Nagkaroon po yun ng deed of assignment ng dividends po.
Nag-deed of assignment sila sa inyo ng dividendo. Anong dividends ho ito? Anong dividends sinasabi nyo?
Your Honor.
Meron ho kayong shares of stock, tapos ina-assign nyo po yung dividends nyo sa ABS-CBN. Paano ho ito?
Your Honor.
Ganun po. Pero hindi ko po kabisado ito eh. Hindi ko kasama yung abogado namin para ipaliwanag po ito.
Sino hong abogado ang gumagawa niyan?
Your Honor, can I request Attorney Maxim po?
Sino hong abogado ang gumagawa niyan?
Hindi ko po kilala eh. Baka...
Hindi nyo kilala yung abogado. Pero 40 million, binabayad nyo ng cash, hindi nyo kilala yung abogado. Nagbayad ba ho kayo ng cash? Ano ho? Assignment ba? Nag-assign kayo ng 40 million pesos?
Hindi po cash. Hindi po cash.
Ano nga? Paano nga naging 40 million? Ayun ho yung pinagyabang sa amin ng ABS-CBN noong isang araw eh. Binayaran nyo raw sila ng 40 million eh.
Yeah. Based on dividends po yun.
Ano nga dividend yun? Ipaliwanag nyo sa amin. Dividendo, ibig sabihin ho, may kita po kayo na pera na binabayad nyo po sa ABS-CBN para magkaroon kayo ng shares of stock. Di ba ho? Para maibalik sa inyo yung 49% na Amcara. Tama ho to?
Tama po.
Ano yung dividendo yun? Anong kumpanya?
Tama po. It's a dividend declaration by Amcara.
Dividend declaration by Amcara. Ilang beses na ho nagde-declare ng dividendo ang Amcara for the past 25 years?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi nyo rin alam. Pero meron kayong 40 million na pwede i-declare na dividendo, hindi nyo rin alam saan nanggaling yung 40 million.
Noong time na yon, hindi pa ako ganun ka-involved. Ito lang, 2019 po ako na-involved dito sa mga transaction ng...
Kailan ho ito? Kailan to, Mr. Karandang? Kailan?
Originally po kasi talaga, ang father ko po ang nag-aasikaso lahat nito.
Tapos,
Vice
kailan
Chairman
ho kayo
Remulla.
nag-take over dito?
Vice Chairman Remulla,
Mr. Chairman.
muli po pinapaalalahanan natin ang Amcara na kayo po ay humarap sa pagdinig na ito upang ilahad po ang inyong nalalaman, ang inyong tunay na nalalaman. Huwag niyo po ibaon sa problema yung sarili ninyo kung kayo'y magsisinungaling lang sa harapan ng joint committee pong ito. Yan po ay isang paalala upang hindi rin sumakit yung inyong ulo, Amcara.
Opo.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the witness is being coached. But anyway, we have already elicited facts necessary to show na ito pong Amcara, isang moro-moro po. Ayun ang nakikita ko. That's the conclusion I'm drawing from it. And I would not anyway waste my time asking more questions on this issue kasi malinaw na ho na the dummy relationship between ABS-CBN and Amcara is existing without any iota of doubt. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman.
paliwanag lang po.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Honorable Marcoleta.
Sa Amcara pa rin, Mr. Chair, may itatanong lang ilang mga paglilinaw.
Mr. Chair.
Yung system, kailangan i-report yung system.
Hearing resumed. Honorable Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mga ilang paglilinaw pa rin po sana kaugnay nitong Amcara, kung nandyan pa po sila. Mr. Karandang, nandyan pa po ba kayo? Konting panahon na lamang po ito.
Nandito pa po.
Nung pong ang ABS-CBN hindi pa po nag-divest ng kanyang shares sa Amcara noong January 2019, nireport ninyo sa inyong financial statement na affiliate ninyo ang ABS-CBN, hindi po ba? Nung hindi pa sila nag-divest.
Meron, dahil doon sa block time agreement, kaya meron pong affiliation.
Ano po yung sagot niyo, Mr. Karandang?
Meron po talagang affiliation ang tawag doon.
Affiliate po ninyo ang ABS-CBN nung hindi pa sila nagda-divest dahil meron silang pag-aari na 49%, hindi po ba?
Oh, kasi ano pa yun,
Yun nga po.
kasama pa ang ABS. During that time, di ba, merong 49% ang ABS.
Pinakukonfirm ko lang po sa inyo na talagang affiliate ninyo noon kasi sa batas po kasi pagka ang isang kumpanya ay nagme-may-ari ng 20% o mahigit, affiliate ninyo sila talaga, hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. Kasi po ang hindi namin masyadong maunamaan ay yung sinasabi ng ABS-CBN na bumili sila ng block time nung panahon na yon. Noon po kasi ang ginagamit pa ninyo Studio 23. Maliban pa po yung, nung analog pa po ito eh. Nung analog period po, ang pinagamit sa inyo ay pinagamit ninyo sa ABS-CBN Studio 23 pa po. Naalala po ninyo yon.
Tama po yun.
At sa paggamit po ng ABS-CBN, hindi po ba totoo ng ginagamit nilang logo ABS-CBN? Hindi po yung logo ng Amcara. Tama po?
Nagkaroon po ng transfer yun eh. Yung Channel 23. To ABS-CBN pag-Amcara.
Mamaya na po yung transfer. Ang sinasabi ko, sa tuwing ginagamit po yung Studio 23, ang ginagamit pong logo, ABS-CBN logo. Alam na, sikat po yung logo na yun, yung bilog-bilog na iba-ibang kulay, yung po yun. Tama?
Po yun. Meron pong yung Studio 23 is branding po.
Wala po kayong logo na ginagamit sa Amcara kung hindi yung logo ng ABS-CBN. Malinaw po ba yun?
Malinaw po.
Ang gumagamit po ng logo sa Studio 23, ABS-CBN, pati po yung equipment at saka pasilidad, ABS-CBN. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po.
Kung ikukumpara po natin sa GMA, kasi kahapon po hindi masagot-sagot na mabuti ito, yung Tape Incorporated, ito po yung producer ng Itbulaga. Ang Itbulaga po ay yung Tape INC, wala po siyang prangkisa. Ang merong prangkisa, ABS-CBN. Pero kayo po, pareho kayong merong prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Ang Itbulaga po, o yung Tape Incorporated, hindi po siya gumagamit ng sarili niyang logo. Ang ginagamit niya, yung logo ng GMA 7. Hindi po ba ganoon, Mr. Karandang?
Tama po yun.
Tama po. Kaya po namin kasi inuulit-ulit ito dahil po sa pagtanggi ng ABS-CBN na yung ganito pong setup nung ginagamit pa po yung Studio 23, black time po kasi ang sinasabi niya. Kahit po natin bali-baligtarin ang mga pangyayari, hindi po black time yun, Mr. Amcara. Mr. Karandang. Ito po ay tinatawag na use of rock. Paggamit ng isang pagmemera, ini-enjoy po niya yung gamit ng isang tao para sa kanyang kapakanan. Yun po yung use of rock. Bawal po kasi yun. Kung re-reviewin po ninyo yung prangkisa ng Amcara, bawal po yung use of rock. Kung babasahin po nyo uli, re-reviewin po ninyo. Ang sabi nga po ni William Shakespeare, Mr. Karandang, a rose by any other name will still be a rose. Sabihin man ng ABS-CBN na ito ay black time, hindi po ganun ang mangyayari. Ang turing po namin yun ay use of prac. Ngayon po, nung ma-divest naman po yung 49%, January 2019, tinatanong po kanina ni Congressman Boying, ito po kasi yung napakasalimuot sa amin, hindi namin malaman kung anong naging kasunduan ninyo sa pagkabayaran sapagkat inilagay po ang operasyon ng Studio 23 kasi naman doon sa consolidated report naman ng financial statement ng ABS-CBN. Kaya medyo magulo po eh. Pero ang tanong po ganito, noong 2015 po, siguro mga Pebrero, Marso 2015, nung binigyan ng pagkakataon ng National Telecommunications Commission ang ABS-CBN para magkaroon ng test broadcast. Ito po yung demonstration permit na ibinigay ng NTC. Ginamit po yung Channel 43 na po yun, hindi na po Studio 23 dahil magmamigrate na po sila from analog to digital. Tama po yun, Mr. Karandang, di ba?
Tama po.
At kagaya nga po ng sinabi ninyo, yung transmitter, sa kanila po yun.
Tama po yun.
At Metro Manila po kasi ang ginamit, kaya Channel 23 dahil sa medyo kokonti po kasi ang frequency. So sabi ng NTC, sa inyo namang sariling pagsunod din at ang ABS-CBN, gagamitin ng Channel 43, pero yun po nakabase hindi sa inyong prangkisa, kundi sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun.
At ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN ay nag-expire noong March 4, 2020. Lilinawin lang po namin.
Opo.
Kaya po isinara ang Channel 43. Hindi po dahil sa kung anong bagay. Ito po ang nagiging problema uli. Nagpaikot sila rito na meron naman silang black time. Paano po mangyayari ang black time na sinasabi po ng ABS-CBN sa Channel 43, samantalang kayo po at saka yung Asian Multimedia and Production Company, Inc., nagkaroon na po kayo ng pag-uusap, kung tawagin po ay deed of assignment. Ang totoo po, nagpirmahan na kayo March 12, 2019. Tama po ba yun?
Ang sasagot po si Tony Binoso.
Tama po ba yun na nagkaroon na kayo ng
Good afternoon,
pirmahan?
Your Honors. With regard to Asian Multimedia and Production Incorporated, yes, we entered into a deed of assignment.
Yun lamang po, kasi tatanungin ko po kayo uli.
43 and UHF 23 and
Sandali po, ganito
we
po.
wanted to raise funds and in fact, nag-file po kami ng petition, joint petition sa NTC, but this has not been approved, so yung consummation hindi pa nangyayari. But we have to have it approved by the NTC, and that's why we went through that process, because we needed to raise funds precisely because we want to augment yung capabilities namin, especially in the regional stations.
Ano po ang pangalan ninyo?
Tony Veloso po, Attorney Tony Veloso po.
Attorney Veloso, ang tinanong ko lang po kung totoong nagkaroon kayo ng deed of assignment on March 12, 2019. Yun lang po yung tinatanong ko eh. Oo,
Yes,
o
po.
hindi lang po ang sagot dun eh.
Yes po, Your Honor.
O yan, para madali tayo. At ito pong deed of assignment na ito ay nabanggit do sa NTC case number 2019-041 na kung saan nga inihintay po ninyo na ito'y pagtibayin. Tama po?
Opo.
Kung ganun po, Paano ngayon sasabihin ng ABS-CBN na naka-black time na naman siya sa inyo kung ang pag-uusapan ay Channel 43, gayong meron na kayong usapan ng Asian Multimedia Production Company, nasa kanyo na i-assign yun? Ano po bang gustong gawin sa amin ng ABS-CBN?
Your Honors, wala pa nga pong approval eh. That's why we're still able to air the block time. We're able to execute the block time arrangement. Otherwise, kung wala na po sa amin yun at na-approval po yun ng NTC, then hindi na po kami nag-air nung ano nila.
Kung alisin niyo muna kaya yung takip po ninyo para magkaintindihan tayo. Hindi ko po talaga maintindihan sa sagot niyo eh. Kung hindi po kayo naniniwala na a-approvein ng NTC yun, bakit pa kayo nag-file ng petition?
Wala po kong sinasabing hindi kami naniniwalang hindi approval.
Yun nga po. Ibig ko sabihin...
Naghihintay pa kami ng approval ng NTC.
Okay. On the assumption that the NTC will eventually approve this petition, then the date of assignment will be ratified and will be confirmed. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Paano ngayon yung sasabihin sa amin ng ABS-CBN na meron na naman black time sa AMCARA? Nai-assign na ninyo sa ibang
then we will have to make adjustments in our agreements, Your Honor. But yun nga, kaya namin ginagawa po yan because we really wanted to raise capital for our regional stations. Kasi ngayon, yung kanina, yung sinasabi nga ni Engineer Carandang, ang pinambayad po niya doon sa doon sa stocks ng 49% ng
At saka na muna po yun, hindi yun ang tinatanong ko sa inyo eh. Paligoy-ligoy po kasi kayo eh.
Inaano ko lang yung 49% kasi came from unrestricted retained earnings, which will be realized itong 2019 audited financial statements.
Attorney Veloso.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Ang nakikita po namin kasing problema ganito. Pinapaniwala po kami ng ABS-CBN, ang black time po ay nandyan pa sa panig ng AMCARA. Sa amin pong palagay, sapagkat na-assign na po ninyo yon at naghihintay na lang kayo ng approval, mawawala na po sa inyo dahil inassign na po ninyo sa Asian Multimedia and Production Company. Ito po ang nakikita naming konting parang salamangka na naman. Hindi po ba sino po ang may-ari ng Asian Multimedia and Production Company?
Sila Mr. Freddy Garcia po.
Mr. Freddy Garcia, hindi po ba yan dating director ng ABS-CBN?
Wala na po kung I don't know what his position, Your Honor.
Executive Vice President ng ABS-CBN. Ngayon po, tingnan nyo. Ganito po kasi ang nakikita namin, Attorney Veloso. Counsel din po ba kayo dati ng ABS-CBN?
Long time ago, Your Honor. I was already in ABS, GMA, MTRCB, so 90s. 90s pa po.
Okay, seasoned lawyer po pala kayo. Ito po kasi, ang AMCARA franchise will expire on July 16. Ito po, itong July. So ano na po tayo ngayon, Mr. Chair? July 2.
Your Honor,
so 14 na araw na lamang. Hindi, July 16 itong sa AMCARA.
Your Honor, hindi po sa July because yung basihan po yung publication.
Congressman Marcoleta, sa paglilinaw po ng chairman na ito sa committee secretariat ay napag-alaman natin na ang publication ay naganap ng November. Kaya po ang eksaktong ang buwan po ng pag-expire ng prangkisa ng AMCARA ay mangyayari pa sa Nobyembre nitong taong ito. Congressman Marcoleta.
Nakalista po kasi dun sa brief na binigay po ng ating committee, July 16. ang kanilang under Republic Act 8135. So alin man ang mangyayari, itong taon din po mag-expire siguro ang prangkisa. Samantalang ang Asian Multimedia mag-expire po, Mr. Chair, 2029. Ibig sabihin, may mga 8 taon mula ngayon. So parang plan C na naman ito. Mula sa Amkara, pwede na naman silang lumundag sa multimedia and production company sapagkat meron pang natitirang mga 8 taon ang prangkisa na yun. Ito po kasi ang napakahirap nating pinag-uusapan mula pa eh. Parang may mga smoke screen kasi silang ginagawa. Parang takipan dito, takip dito. Kayo po yung nag-a-apply kasi Mr. ABS-CBN ng prangkisa. Mula pa sana nung umpisa, naging maliwanag na tayo rito. Klarong-klaro. Nagsimula siguro tayo sa pag-amin ng pagkakamali natin. From day 1 hanggang ngayon, hindi po ganun ang nakita namin eh. Sakala po ba ninyo, ang kongresong ito ay hindi reasonabling kongreso? This Congress is comprised of several moving parts. 300 people on in all. Meron kaming sariling pananaw bawat isa. Ngunit pwede kaming magkaisa kapag nakita namin na hindi kayo pumunta rito para humingi ng prangkisa sa isang malinis na kaparaanan. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Pare-parehong abogado, yun po ang alam nating doktrina. Hindi po yan ang nakikita namin. Salamat po, Mr. Veloso, at sa ibang subject na po tayo. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chairman.
Nasaan po yung nagsasalita? ABS-CBN, yes.
No. Excuse me. I withdraw that, Mr. Chairman.
Wala po kayong ipapahayag, attorney?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Mark Go at binibigyan po siya ng karagdagang 15 minuto. Congressman Go, maaari na po kayong magsimula ng inyong pagtatanong.
Maraming pong salamat, Chairman Alvarez, sa po na ating mga kaibigan na nandito ngayon sa plenaryo at sa Zoom. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Gusto ko pong tanungin ang CFO ng ABS-CBN. Andiyan po ba siya?
Nandito po ako, Your Honor.
Ang una ko pong tanong, yung pong total revenue nyo for the years 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Magkano po ang inyong total revenue before yung cost of goods sold? Yung total po.
Your Honor, I will describe po yung sa ABS-CBN Corporation or parent company only. So, yung revenue po namin before any expenses in the years from anong year po?
5 taon.
5 taon. Nung 2015 po, our revenue is 21.8 billion. Nung 2016 po, it's 24.5 billion. Nung 2017, it's 22.8 billion. 2018, 22.8 billion. And 2019, it's 25.4 billion po.
So on the average, it's about 22.5 billion for the last 5 years on a yearly basis.
Thereabouts po, yep. Opo.
Ngayon, dun sa cost of goods sold ninyo, on the average, for the last 5 years, magkano ang cost of goods sold ninyo?
On the average po, it ranges from 20.6 to about 24 point. So kung 22, it would average po to about 21 billion po siguro. 21
billion. So ang inyong gross income is about more than 1 billion.
If you average for the 5 years, it would be a little over 1 billion po. There was a year po na we had a loss.
Okay. Ngayon, out of this, magkano ang taxes, gross, yung taxes na binayaran nyo bilang isang korporasyon, yung corporate income tax on a yearly basis for the last 5 years?
For income tax po, for the last 5 years po, for ABS-CBN is 2015 po, we paid 555 million. 2016, we paid 758 million. 2017, we paid 195 million. 2018, 164 million. It does not include po the unapplied creditable withholding tax that we paid in advance through the withholding tax system of the government.
Okay. So that's the average gross income, corporate income tax that you have paid. What about the withholding tax of your employees, and this amount actually was remitted to the government? So magkano ang yearly withholding tax ng inyong mga empleyado?
Ang withholding tax po namin ay dalawang components. Isa pong withholding tax on compensation at saka po expanded withholding tax. I don't have the total, but I can eyeball it po to get the total for the two. Noong 2015 po, it's about 1.8 billion. Noong 2016 po, it's about 2.2 billion. Noong 2017 po, it's about 2 billion. Noong 2018 po, it's about 1.5 billion. At ito naman pong yun na po. Yung 2019 naman po, it's about 1.7 billion.
Now, in addition to this, with your expenditures, you are paying, when you buy items from your suppliers, you are paying the so-called value-added tax.
Opo, we pay value-added tax po.
On the same time periods, magkano ang nabayaran yung value-added tax on items that you have bought from your suppliers?
Your Honor, what I have po is already the net, which is the output tax payable versus our creditable input taxes. I don't have po the original amount of the input tax. If I can share po with you, if it's okay with you, I'll share with you the VAT payments po na ginawa namin net of our input taxes.
Please do so.
For 2015, Your Honor, the value-added tax that we paid is 1.6 billion. 2016, it's 1.5 billion. In 2017, 1.3 billion. 2018 is 942 million. And then 2019 po, it's about 1.3 billion. In total po, for the last 5 years, that is 5 billion po.
Okay. Now, if you look at your FS, what are your biggest cost items in your financial statement? Let's just look at the last year's performance. Ano ba yung mga 5 biggest cost items that you have in your operating expenses?
Your Honor, hanapin ko lang po yung file ko for that. Your Honor, the 5 highest components po of our cost would be our production cost, our cost of sales, which is actually the cost of the products that we sold, and then our general and administrative expenses and our employee cost, Your Honor.
Ilang percent yung general administrative cost at saka yung salaries and wages of your employees?
No, Your Honor, if you would allow me po, I'll ask my colleague to compute for the percentages and then I can get back to you on it, sir.
Okay, I'll have another question. One of your companies, this is the Big Dipper. It is registered under PESA, under Republic Act 7916. And under this law, it provides incentives to companies that will put up their operations within the ambit of this law. And you pay taxes, it's 5% on gross income in lieu of the corporate tax of, let's say, 30 or 32 or 34%. If you look at the last 5 years, magkano ang binayaran ninyo ng Big Dipper under Republic Act 7916?
We from yung 2015 po, it's what you call a transition year from a income tax holiday to 5%. So medyo mas mababa po in 2015. So nung 2015 po, we paid 4.4 million pesos. This represents the 5% income tax. And then 2016 po, 115 million. 2017 po, 120 million. 2018, we paid 119 million. And in 2020, we paid 120 million. So this is more or less po close to about 600 million for the 5 years.
How many percent did you save in terms of taxes?
Your
this company registered with PESA.
Your Honor, the savings on the taxes po is maybe theoretical because you would probably compare the 30% tax versus the gross receipts tax of 5%. But because po by virtue of being a PESA registered enterprise, we enjoy po the 5% tax rate. So the difference po, kung simple computation, is about 25% gross up. Pero po, like we said yesterday, hindi po siya as applicable. Kasi po, tax neutral po siya even if it's going to be inside ABS-CBN.
All of these financial statements and the ITR that you have submitted with the BIR, I would like to find out, during the last 5 years, have you been audited by the Bureau of Internal Revenue? And to tell us the findings of the BIR, if there are any, as far as the audit that they conducted on the financial position and statements of the company, of ABS-CBN.
For the last 5 years po, for ABS-CBN Corporation, ABS-CBN Corporation has been audited on an annual basis by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, as also presented by the BIR yesterday. In terms of their assessment on an annual basis, they would see po certain differences between what we've paid and what they've assessed. And in most cases po, those are differences po in or omissions or errors by the company which relates to withholding taxes or difference po in how a tax should be applied. Those were settled po with the BIR on an annual basis, and as a matter of fact po, every year, as a requirement po when we deal with government agencies, we actually get po a BIR tax clearance. Every year po nakakakuha po kami ng tax clearance at para po sa isang taxpayer, ang tax clearance po ay ang, I would say, bukod tanging papel na manggagaling sa BIR na magsasabi po na ang isang taxpayer, isa man po itong individual or korporasyon, that they paid po all their taxes. Para po siyang diploma ng college na nagpapatunay na natapos mo. Sa amin naman po, nagpapatunay na wala na po kaming pag-uutang sa BIR at ayos po lahat ng pagbabayad namin.
So nabayaran nyo lahat ng dapat bayaran and the audit of the BIR shows that you have complied, you have paid all the taxes, and that the BIR has given you the tax clearance for the last 5 years on a yearly basis.
Tama po yan. It even extends beyond 5 years. From what I have po from 2010 to 20, yung pinaka-recent po is for the, as of certain period of 2019. I think it's February of 2019. Or sorry, June 30.
Mr. Chair, can we ask the BIR to confirm the statement of ABS-CBN that they were given tax clearance during the last 5 years and even before the last 5 years? Do we have somebody from BIR?
Chair, Congressman Go is asking if there's somebody from the BIR, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chairman Alvarez, the BIR is being called. Do we have Assistant Commissioner Mapoy?
Si Mr. Mapoy.
We see you, Mr. Mapoy. Sorry.
Mapoy, you are recognized.
Mr. Sir, the taxpayer service.
This is Assistant Commissioner Kabantak. Tama po ba?
No, sir. Division Chief, sir.
Division Chief.
Taxpayer service, sir.
Okay, the big have you already taken your oath?
Sir.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Kung Marco, pwede na po kayo tumuloy.
Yeah, I'd like to repeat my question. ABS-CBN, as you stated, that you had audited their financial statements for the last 5 years, or even more than 5 years, and you have issued tax clearance year to year to the ABS-CBN. Could you confirm this, our guest from BIR?
The fact is, sir, we were able to conduct audit for the past number of years. What I have on record is 2016, 17, 18, sir. And currently, we have issued the 2019 letters of authority to investigate the tax liability if there is of ABS-CBN Corporation, sir.
What about the 2016, 17, 18? Have you issued tax clearance after the audit that you have conducted?
Maybe, sir, I'm not private. I'm not sure of the issuance of termination letter, sir. I'll still have to check, sir.
Mm-hmm. ABS-CBN, do we have a copy of the tax clearance issued by BIR to ABS-CBN?
Yes, Your Honor, we submitted it to the committee.
Okay, so it's in the committee, and now you will be audited on your 2019 financial statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in our budget hearing for the 2020 budget, which we have approved, the proposed budget at that time was 4.3 trillion. Out of this budget that we approved in the 2020 budget, we have a budget deficit of about 600 billion. But our target borrowing actually for this year is is about 1 trillion. And the excess borrowing from the deficit of 600 billion will be borrowed from foreign and local institutions. Now, I would like to find out from the BIR as well as from ABS-CBN, how much is the overall contributions that you have, that you do, contribute to the economy of the Philippines on a yearly basis? In terms of
Yearly payment. Yearly payment. Yearly payment.
As far as, Your Honor,
Baka naka-mute pa tayo.
nakamit na.
Tingnan mo kung naka-mute.
Hindi.
Okay, sige.
As per BIR records, sir, for the past 2016 to 2019, ABS-CBN was able to contribute a total of 15,382,423,364 pesos and 16 centavos to be exact, sir. Your Honor.
That is the contribution of ABS.
Yes, sir. From 2016 to 2019, the total taxes paid and remitted taxes coming from the withholding of the employees and talent, sir, included everything, sir.
Including the corporate income tax, the value-added tax,
Stock stamps and other taxes.
other taxes.
Yes, sir.
This is a significant. If you look at the different companies in Metro Manila and probably in the entire country, how do you rank ABS-CBN?
Honorable Mark Go, we cannot hear you.
Okay. Sir, to answer your question, sir, for the year 2016, ABS-CBN was ranked number 65 as one of the top taxpayer, and then for 2017, ABS-CBN again was ranked as number 275 top corporate taxpayers, and in 2018, ABS-CBN was ranked number 339 top taxpayer, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, if and when that Congress will not approve the extension of the franchise of ABS-CBN, this is what we're gonna lose in this country. And this is very important, considering the fact that the situation right now, when many companies are closing, many companies are out of business, if we're gonna lose this contribution in the succeeding years because of our failure, because we will not be approved, meaning the franchise, I think this is another problem that we will encounter. In our meeting this morning in the Economic Affairs of Committee, this is one of the issues that we raised. What we would like to do is to stimulate the economy, and one way of stimulating is by ensuring that those who are in the country doing business now should continue and even strengthen their business. And that's what worries me in this particular situation. And I think in order to do the service to the country, I think it's high time that we consider favorably the application of ABS-CBN. This amount might not be as big as the others, but definitely it will have an impact to our country. The contributions that they have made will have a multiplier effect to the entire country. And I know that BIR is now doing its best to raise more taxes, considering that 2021 will be a very challenging year for all of us. We talked with Secretary Carlo Chiu, and he mentioned that the forecast for this year, in terms of growth of our GDP, it's negative 3%. So you can just imagine the impact of this if we will not approve the franchise of ABS-CBN. So, this is all what and I asked our colleagues in the House to highly consider the application of ABS-CBN for another 25 years in their franchise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
The Honorable Barsaga.
just a very important clarification and inquiry from the BIR.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Alvarez.
Sige po, Kong Mike.
Good afternoon, Regional Director. I would just like to be clarified about the legal significance of a tax clearance. Kasi ang sinasabi natin dito, at totoo naman, tax clearance was issued by the Bureau of Internal Revenue to ABS-CBN Corporation. Yung bang tax clearance na inisyu nyo sa ABS-CBN Corporation, conclusive, nabayad sila sa mga taxes and the BIR could no longer investigate ABS-CBN for the periods covered by the tax clearance issued.
Be allowed to speak, sir. Good afternoon, Sir Congressman. Sir, with respect to the tax clearance, they may be referring to, you might be referring to the tax clearance that we usually issue when the taxpayers request for a clearance. We verify if the taxpayer has a pending delinquent accounts. If there is none, we usually issue a certificate of tax clearance, sir. With respect to your second question as to the investigation of taxpayer, despite the issuance of a tax clearance, there is still a possibility that we can conduct a second audit, second audit in cases of fraud, sir.
So para lamang sa kalaman ng ating mga taxpayer, kahit na nag-issue ng tax clearance ang Bureau of Internal Revenue, that is not conclusive in favor of the taxpayer to whom the tax clearance was issued. Tama po ba?
Sir, if there is a fraud issue, you're correct, sir.
As a matter of fact, based on the records, there was a case na yung BIR nag-assess against ABS-CBN, nagkaroon ng kaso sa Court of Tax Appeals at nagkaroon din ng compromise agreement during that particular year in spite of the fact that a tax clearance has already been issued by the Bureau of Internal Revenue for the year covering the assessment that was made. Tama po ba?
I'm not able to be approval of compromise agreement, sir.
Gano'ng katagal ka nang katagal ka nang connected sa Bureau of Internal Revenue?
30 years, sir.
30 years. At sa loob ng 30 taon ng iyong panunungkulan at pagsaserbisyo sa Bureau of Internal Revenue, may na-encounter ka bang kaso ng isang individual or corporation ay inimbestigahan muli ng Bureau of Internal Revenue kahit na mayroong tax clearance na napa-issue?
Yes, sir. For the information of the body, before I was assigned to the district officers, I was assigned with the Tax Fraud Division, now the National Investigation Division. So even if in cases of fraudulent scheme employed into cases, in those cases we can investigate the second time around the taxpayer.
So, in short, or summing up, kahit na mayroong tax clearance, it does not bar the government to conduct an investigation in the event that there will be fraud for the corporation in the year when the tax clearance was issued. Tama ba yung aking conclusion?
Tama, sir.
Okay.
Because maybe during audit, hindi po nakita yung scheme employed by a particular entity. And
So, sa madaling sabi,
pag-issue ng clearance, but time goes, may nakita tayong fraudulent scheme during the process. And pwede pong i-revisit po yung audit or mag-issue ng letter of authority to conduct the second audit.
And so
Honorable Barsaga.
from the legal viewpoint, a tax clearance is only a prima facie or disputable presumption that taxes were properly paid by the taxpayer to whom the tax clearance was issued. It is not conclusive that taxes were properly paid. Yes. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Barsaga, for that honorable, that very educational exchange that you had. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Alvarez.
Kong Defensor. Ang next na po natin ay si Congressman Ron Salo, na nandito rin po sa Zoom. Congressman Salo, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Magtatanong lang po ako sa AMCARA. Ilang clarifications lang po.
Go ahead, AMCARA.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman.
Ay, teka lang. AMCARA.
May we request the representatives of AMCARA to respond to the Honorable Salo? Yes, AMCARA is recognized. Go ahead, Honorable Salo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Karandang, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Hindi ko po alam kung natanong na po yung iba, itong itatanong ko, pero simple lang po, clarification lang po ito. So, ano po yung arrangement po ninyo ulit with ABS-CBN Corporation?
Ang arrangement po namin sa ABS-CBN, black time po.
Black timer. Nabasa ko nga po yung inyong arrangement, yung agreement po ninyo. Pero clarification lang po, ilang oras per day po yung black timer arrangement po ninyo?
Pwede pong si Tony Veloso po ang sasagot.
Sige po.
Your Honor, yung block time arrangement po namin sa kanila is 21 hours per day.
21 hours per day. Ilang linggo po ito? 7 days a week?
Yes po.
7 days a week?
Sunday to Saturday, yes.
Sunday to Saturday.
Yes po.
Tapos ilang buwan po ito?
Annual po. 1 year, may pinirmahan kami ng 2019, nung ako na po, at 2020.
Kailan pa po ito nag-start na gano'n yung arrangement na ilang taon na po yun?
I wouldn't know before the divestment because sa 2019, 2020 lang po na naging signatory po ako. So, I don't know if...
Who would be possible to know? Sino pong possible na nakakalam kung ilang taon na po yun?
Mr. Chairman.
Maybe ABS can answer that because wala pa po ako nung time.
Attorney Veloso?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
there
Honor.
is someone from ABS-CBN who would like to reply.
Yes. Mr. Chair, maaari po bang si Attorney Maxim Uy po yung baka
Attorney
makatulong
Maxine
po?
Uy. Yes, Attorney, go ahead. With the indulgence of the Honorable Salo, ABS-CBN would be replying to some of the queries. Go ahead, Attorney.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, because we heard that the question is of Congressman Salo as to who would be able to answer the question. So ABS-CBN can answer the question since it was a party to the block time agreement, Mr. Chairman. So the block time.
Sige po.
The block time
Pakisagot na lang
agreement.
po, ilang taon na po ba na ganun po yun?
Go ahead, ABS-CBN.
The block time agreement began in 1996, Mr. Chairman.
1996, from the time that the franchise of AMCARA was granted by Congress, tama ba yun?
From the time that AMCARA started broadcasting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. From the time, of course, that was the time that they were granted franchise. Nagbago po ba yung arrangement, yung agreement, ever since? Hindi naman.
It's always been a block time agreement, Mr. Chairman.
from 1996 up to present. Okay, so pupunta ko po ako doon sa specifics. So, for the past almost 25 years, 21 hours out of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 days a month, in the last 25 years. Anong ginagawa mo, Mr. Angkara? Ano pong ginagawa po ninyo doon sa remaining 3 hours? Anong oras po yung naiwan po sa inyo?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking ABS-CBN? Is the question
No, I'm
directed to
asking
ABS-CBN?
Ano po yun? Since isa lang po ang nakakausap namin sa block time, so nagsa-sign off po yun.
Nagsa-sign off. So usually yung 21 hours, anong oras nag-start at anong oras natatapos?
Ang normal sign-on siguro po, depende po sa programming.
So basically, sila na po yung nagde-determine.
Opo.
Okay. So yung 3 hours na naiiwan po, Mr. Rodrigo, basically, signing off na yon.
Opo.
Okay. So I suppose ito yung mga oras na, this oras na ng gabi, tama ba yun?
Opo.
So, nagpo-produce ba kayo ng shows ninyo o basically lahat na si ABS-CBN?
Ngayon po, lahat po sa ABS-CBN po yung mga programa.
Bakit sa kayo po? Kala ko 25 years, yun na rin po yung arrangement.
Hindi pa rin plano in the future. Kaya po, nung nag-divest po ang ABS-CBN, may plano na po kami. Kasi po, kung opportunity, maglagay ng sarili programa. Kasi na po yun.
Okay. Yes. Malinaw po sa akin. Pero from 1996 up to present, hindi naman po kayo nag-produce ng any shows po ninyo?
Hindi pa po.
Hindi pa. So basically, it has always been ABS-CBN and nag-produce ng kanilang shows doon. At hindi po kayo... And parang exclusive ata yung inyong ano po sa kanila. Tama po ba? Sila lang po yung... Kasi from the time 1996 hanggang ngayon, sila lang po yung nag-black timer quote-unquote sa inyo.
Tama po yun. Sa kanila lang po kami sila lang po naka-black time sa amin.
Okay. Kaninong equipment po yung ginagamit?
Nung pong analog, equipment po ng Angkara ang ginagamit. Pero kung nag-digital na, since naipaliwanag ko kanina na in-award yung frequency ng Channel 43 sa ABS-CBN ng test broadcast, yun ang ginamit na transmitter. Transmitter po ng ABS-CBN yun. Kasi during that time, yun ang decision ng NBC.
Anong year po yun? So, do you mean to say na nagkaroon po kayo ng equipment din? Nag-purchase po ang Angkara for a certain point in time?
Sa digital, hindi pa ko. Nung analog. Yun
yung analog. So, nung nag-apply po kayo sa Congress noon, mayroon po kayong transmitter, may analog po kayo?
Yes, meron po.
Okay. Pero after that, hindi na po kayo, basically si ABS-CBN na po lahat?
Yung sa digital po, si ABS-CBN po ang bumili.
Anong year po yun nag-start?
I think 2015, nung simula ng test broadcast.
Simula ng test broadcast. Pero maliban doon sa binabanggit niyo yung transmitter and equipment po ninyo, anong meron pa po kayo? Yung Angkara?
Basically po talagang transmitter po yan, saka yung antenna na ginagamit po para mag-broadcast po.
Para sa pag-broadcast lang. Pero all the equipment, yung pag-produce nila ng shows po nila doon, sa ABS-CBN po yun?
Sa ABS-CBN po yun sa pag-produce ng programa.
Okay. So, what other source of income yung Angkara? May other source of income po ba kayo? O lahat po yan nanggagaling po sa rentals, quote-unquote, bayad ng ABS-CBN?
Si Tony po ang sasagot.
Hindi po.
Sa ngayon po, wala pong ibang source ng income.
Walang ibang source of income. I suppose yung pagsabi po ninyong sa ngayon po, ibig sabihin from the very start, kasi lahat naman po yun, since the beginning, nililist po nila. Tama ba yun? Quote-unquote black timer po sila. Not least, they're black timer pursuant to agreement.
Pakiulit po.
From the time, so basically from 1996 up to present, from the time that you were granted the franchise by the government, yung source of income po ninyo, yung nanggagaling doon sa binabayad, doon sa payment po ng ABS-CBN.
Tama po yan.
Tama. Ano po yung activities na ginagawa po ng AMCARA other than to receive payment from ABS-CBN?
Ayun po, yung transmitter operation po.
Transmitter operation. Okay. So ilan po yung personnel po ninyo doon? May personnel po ba kayo?
Sa transmitter po, ang ginawa po namin, naka-outsource po sa third party.
Naka-outsource sa third party. Sinong kausap po doon?
PSI po.
PSI. No, I mean, sinong nakipag-usap? Si AMCARA o si ABS-CBN na?
Ano po yung tanong, Your Honor?
Yung pag-handle po ng transmitter ng AMCARA, activity na ginagawa ng AMCARA, sinabi po ni Mr. Karandang,
Mr. Chairman.
basically yung pag-aasikaso po ng transmitter.
Okay.
So, sa pag-aasikaso ng transmitter, sinabi rin po nila na in-outsource na po nila ito.
Yes
So,
po,
sino pong kausap po doon sa outsourcing na yon?
Your Honor, yung I'm talking about 2019-2020, ang kausap po namin ngayon is TSI, which is the Transmission Specialists Incorporated. So we have a contract with them to operate and maintain our transmitters.
Mr. Chairman, the best evidence would be the contracts themselves.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Salo, the Honorable Remulla is requesting for the contracts if we can have the documents and the payments
made by Mr. Karandang to the outsourcing company, if it's in the form of checks, the receipts, and the taxes paid on these transactions.
Okay, ang AMCARA is requested to submit the documents as stated in your statement. So ordered. Go ahead, Congressman
Thank you
Salo,
very
go
much,
ahead.
Chairman. So basically, pakisama po, Chairman, ma-manifest ko po na hingi rin po sana tayo ng kopya nung kanilang kontrata with the third party.
Yes, Your Honor, we will provide the copy of the contracts 2019-2020, the contracts I signed, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pero prior to that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Karandang, sino po yung nag-handle po nung sa transmitter po ninyo?
Well, ganun din po. Naka-outsource po yun. Sa ABS-CBN po ang sasagot ng kung paano po yung naging arrangement. Kasi
Bakit po ABS-CBN po yung sasagot dun sa arrangement? Sila rin po ba yung signatory po doon?
during that time, kaya nga po,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I request to be recognized?
Yes, Attorney Uy is recognized for ABS-CBN. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the period when ABS-CBN had 49% shareholdings in AMCARA, there were officers of AMCARA, were also officers of ABS-CBN, and the maintenance and operation of the transmitters were also outsourced to Transmission Specialists Incorporated.
So outsource po. So basically, sino po nag-handle? ABS-CBN na po yung nag-handle at the time?
No, Mr. Chairman. It was the third-party service provider.
Sir, yung third party. Pero sino pong kausap at the time?
The third-party service provider, Mr. Chairman.
No, on behalf of AMCARA.
Who? The officer of AMCARA? Is that the question, Mr. Chairman?
So officers of AMCARA po ba yung kausap po ng third party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Karandang,
Yes, sir.
so kung yung transmitter, basically naka-outsource po yan, tinanong ko po kayo kanina kung may personnel po kayo doon. So basically wala po kayong personnel po doon, I suppose, dahil yung transmitter naman naka-outsource po sa iba.
Tama po yun.
Tama. May yung mga guards, sinong kumukuha ng guards?
Kasama ho yun dun sa ano kasi yung nga naka-outsource siya. Pati yung guards, naka-ano rin yun.
Naka-outsource din.
Opo.
So, tama po ba yung intindi ko na basically, ang inaasikaso nyo na lang, inaantay po ninyo, yung activity po ninyo, basically wala, dahil wala naman po kayong employees doon, wala naman po kayong personnel, except yung third party, pero hindi nyo naman po personnel ang mga yon. Hindi nyo empleyado yung mga yon, kundi third party sila. Tama ba? So, ang inaantay nyo lang po, basically, yung activity ng Amcara would be to receive yung fees from this particular agreement with ABS-CBN. Tama ba yon?
Your Honor, yung when we're talking about now, no, yung 2019 nung nag-divest na yun, no, that is the direction we want to take is precisely to have our own technical heads to supervise those in the on the grounds, the regions, no, so that we can be sure that the service being given and the maintenance being given to us in accordance with our contracts. Ganun rin po ganun na po.
Maraming salamat po. So yun po yung plano po ninyo, tama po ba? Doon sa narinig ko po sa sinabi po ninyo.
That is part of my mandate, Your Honor, when I was engaged for ABNI or Amcara.
Opo. Yun po yung plano po ninyo. Nasunod po ba yon? Nagawa po ba yon?
Yes, that's why, Your Honor, we have yung agreement nga now is that we have a direct agreement with the TSI. And then, ang pinag-uusapan namin ngayon,
prior doon sa binabanggit ko po kanina, di po ba from 1996 to present?
I think ABS-CBN na makakasagot nun kasi wala pa po ako nun, Your Honor. Pasensya na po.
Kailan nga po ba kayo dumating?
2019 po, Your Honor. January 2019, Your Honor.
January 2019. Okay.
Yes,
pero hanggang ngayon, wala pa naman po kayong personnel po doon, ano? May personnel ba kayo na nag-handle sa...
meron yung doon sa pinag-uusapan nga namin, doon sa contract, yung personnel who will be assigned there will be into, dapat nga magkikita kami this during the nagkaroon lang ng pandemic. But that is part of our agenda to talk about who will be supervising from their end and also from our end, Your Honors.
Okay. So yun po yung, kaya ko nga po lilinaw sa inyo na yun po yung plano po ninyong gawin. Kaya lang, because of the pandemic, I suppose, nagkaroon ng lockdown, hindi po ito natuloy. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honors. I was supposed to visit all the regional stations and assess manpower and equipment. Pero hopefully, matapos na so we can pursue our plans and so we can sit down and planning.
Opo. Napakaganda po ninyong plano po ninyo, but I suppose prior to this thing, hanggang ngayon, dahil hindi pa po nangyayari po yung plano po ninyo, all the things na binanggit po ninyo kanina, ang nag-handle po nito yung ABS-CBN at saka yung third party. Tama po yun, ano?
Hindi ko po alam yung 1996 and I cannot...
Yes. Nonetheless, kung hindi nyo po masasagot, sagutin ni Mr. Karandang.
Your Honor, I think ABS is the best, but...
Si Mr. Karandang ang nagre-represent sa Amcara. That's the reason why I wanted to talk to him.
Okay po.
Opo. So, yung binabanggit po ninyo kanina, so ever since, wala pong employee yung Amcara po doon.
Wala po.
Wala po. Hanggang ngayon, hindi nangyari kasi may plano po sana si attorney, kaya lang hindi pa po nangyayari hanggang ngayon dahil they were prevented from doing that because of the lockdown, I suppose.
Yes po.
Yes. So that remains to be a plan. So basically, ulitin ko, doon sa tanong ko kanina, isa-summarize po natin, 21 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 months a year, for the past almost 25 years now, basically si ABS-CBN po yung nandun. At the same time, wala po kayo empleyado po na nag-handle po doon. Lahat po ng shows sila lahat ang nag-handle. Yung 3 hours na window time, that's precisely only for the signing off. Then the following, sila rin po nagpapatakbo po noon, so lahat po sa kanila. So, sa tingin po ninyo, tama ba yung tawag po natin dito na black timer?
Black timer po.
Black timer. Ito po yung tawag po ninyo, no? Black timer. Pero, are you familiar sa legal interpretation o legal meaning po ng assignment?
Hindi po.
Hindi eh. Ang ganito pong kanyang sinasabi, ano po, sa Black's Law Dictionary, sabi niya, the act by which one person transfers to another or causes to vest in that other the whole of the right, interest, or property which he has in any reality or personality in possession or in action or any share, interest, or subsidiary estate therein. So lumalabas, based dito sa definition po ng Black's Law Dictionary, exactly parang yung binabanggit po ninyo na black timer, hindi po swak actually dito, kundi mas malapit-lapit po itong definition po ng sinasabi niya sa Black's Law Dictionary on assignment. Ito naman din po yung sinasabi po, kung hindi kayo familiar, sa definition naman po ng tinatawag na use of rank. Use of rank under Title 6, Article 562 ng Civil Code. Sabi niya, use of rank gives a right to enjoy the property of another with the obligation of preserving its form and substance unless the title constituting it or the law otherwise provides. So, ang tanong ko nga po sa inyo, ano exactly yung right na mayroon po kayo na naiwan? Other than to wait doon po sa tinatawag po natin na payment po nila sa inyo because the entirety of it nasa kanila na po. For the past almost 25 years, walang puknat po yun, dire-diretso lang po yun. Ngayon, tatanungin ko po kayo, Mr. Carandang, familiar po ba kayo doon sa terms ng ibinigay po sa inyo yung franchise?
Opo.
Familiar naman po kayo. Ito po yung kanyang sinasabi sa Section 11. Sabi niya, sale, lease, transfer, use of rank, etc. The grantee shall not lease, transfer, grant the use of rank of, nor sell, nor assign it this franchise or the rights and privileges acquired there under to any person, firm, company, corporation, or other commercial or legal entity, nor shall the controlling interest in the grantee be transferred to any such private person, firm, company, corporation, or entity without the prior approval of the Congress of the Philippines. Any person or entity to which this franchise is sold, transferred, or assigned shall be subject to all the same conditions, terms, restrictions, and limitations of this act. Bago po ako magtapos, last na po yung tanong ko po, did you seek a congressional approval dun sa inyo pong arrangement? This so-called black timer, wherein basically it's the complete possession and lahat na po ng management ang nag-handle po yung ABS-CBN.
May I answer po?
I'm just asking yes or no, so please, I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm just asking for a yes or no.
No, because it's not needed po, Your Honor.
Okay. So I suppose yun po yung sinasabi ninyo, despite the fact that everything, the terms of the arrangement, it's not by how we're going to term or call the arrangement, it's actually the essence of that arrangement. And the essence of the arrangement is basically everything has been assigned to ABS-CBN, and yet AMCARA did not request for congressional approval. And I suppose, ang sinasabi rin po niya dito, that particular conditions would also apply to the one na it has been transferred to. With that, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po. Wala na po akong itatanong.
May I respond, Your Honor? May I respond, Your Honor?
Chair Alvarez?
Okay na po ako. Mr. Chair, okay na po ako. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Salo.
Respond briefly.
Sige, short lang po.
Okay. Yung block time agreement po, ever since, inaalaw po yan ng KBP. I was president and chairman also of the Standards Authority, and we have rules and regulations governing block time agreements. And these agreements are usual in the broadcasting industry po. And it is not a use of fraud, Your Honor. We stand by that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Next na po na mag-interpellate, ni Congressman Mike Defensor. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, actually po, sana hindi na ako magtatanong, but this was raised by some of the members of the Committee on Ways and Means. So kung maaari po, matanong ko ulit tungkol po dito sa Big Dipper. Whoever from the ABS-CBN group can answer. Ito pong Big Dipper in 2017, focus lang po ako sa isang taon para hindi po tayo komplikado. Nagkaroon po kayo ng cash dividends ng 2.5 billion. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ito po, hindi po nagkaroon ng tax dahil transfer naman po from Big Dipper doon po sa ABS-CBN Corporation.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kung ito po'y titingnan natin, ang tax din yung binayaran, 120 million at that time.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Can you kindly speak on...
Tama po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sarado. Ngayon po, ito pong 2.4 billion na to, yung 120 million is actually 5% of 2.4 billion. Yung 5% po ay yung inyong tax.
Yes po.
At kung hindi po nakaregister ang Big Dipper, doon sa kita na 2.4 billion, kung ibabatay po natin to sa corporate income tax, ang dapat pong binabayaran nyo is more or less 800 million in taxes.
Tama po yung mathematical computation, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, ito po'y katulad na banggit ko, syempre tinitingnan nila paano yung nangyari dito. And may we know in the year 2016, magkano po ang taxes na binayaran ni Big Dipper?
For income tax, Your Honor, we paid 115.2 million.
150 million.
115.
I'm sorry, 115. So more or less, nasa vicinity ng mga 2.3 billion ang kinita ng Big Dipper.
Tama po, Your Honor.
At kung tumpong 2.3 billion na to ay may 30% tax, nasa vicinity of somewhere between 750 million pesos ang tax for 2016.
Tama po yung computation at 30%, Your Honor.
30%. 2018 po, magkano binayaran yung tax?
We paid 119 million, Your Honor.
119 million. So again, more or less in the vicinity of about 2.4 billion ang kinita ni Big Dipper.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank
Tama
you.
po yun. It's about... tama po, Your Honor.
2019, magkano po kinita ni Big Dipper? Tax na lang po na binayaran nyo sa pesa.
2019 po, ang kinita niya ay 2 billion. Ang tax na binayaran po niya ay 112 million, Your Honor.
112 million. So consistently po, every year, you are in the vicinity of 700 to 800 million per year kung ito pong kumpanya ng Big Dipper ay hindi nakaregister sa PESA.
Had it been not registered and approved by PESA, the tax rate that will be applicable for a regular corporation is 30% and the computation po at 30% is correct.
And more or less, government should have earned about 4 billion for the past 4 years. No, I'm sorry, 3-point-something billion kung ito po ay hindi registered at kinompute sa 30% ng tax.
Had it not been PESA registered, tama po, that would have been the taxes that was paid.
Ngayon po, sisimplihan ko po, Mr. Serrado, yung kwento para ho maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Ako po ay distributor ng lamesa. At ako rin ho ang may-ari ng Carpintero Corporation, isang kumpanya. So, dalawang kumpanya po to, pero ako pareho may-ari. Yung benta po, nagpagawa ako ng lamesa doon sa aking korporasyon, which is, in this case, Big Dipper. The digitization, repurposing company. Pinagawa ko po to ng 100 pesos. Ngayon po, ako si ABS, nagawa na ho yung lamesa, binibenta ko po ng 120. Kumita po ako ng 20 pesos. Ulitin ko po ako yung kumpanya.
Your cost is 100, you sold it for 120, your gain on sale is 20 pesos.
Opo. Under the law, I will pay more or less 6 pesos for my income tax.
Opo, 30% of 20.
Opo. Yung po pinagawan ko ng lamesa, 100 pesos, pero ang cost niya, ilagay na rin po natin, 80 pesos. Kumita po yung Carpentry Corporation ko ng 20 pesos.
Yung hypothetical tama po.
Apo. So, dun sa 20 pesos ko, sa kadahilanan na ibang tax regime ko, 5% lang, ang babayaran ko lang po ay piso.
Because meron po siyang sariling tax regime. So, yun po yung magiging applicable tax po sa kita niya.
Piso lang po. So, kaya ko po binanggit to para maintindihan ng ating tambayan. Ganito po yung nagiging parang produkto at ito yung inyong korporasyon. Ang tanong po ngayon, bakit po kayo na rin may-ari ng Big Dipper? Parang hong ang laki nung margin na ibinibigay nyo because kumikita siya ng 2.4, 2.5 billion every year. Paliwanag ko lang po. Kasi kung ako po yun, pareho ko namang korporasyon, baka nga po dito, hindi na ako break even lang siya. Sumweldo lang ang tao niya, ayos na Pero taon-taon, 2.4 to 2.5 billion po ang kinikita ni Big Dipper.
We were guided po by the market prices, and the market prices that we use po are based on a transfer pricing study. In order for those costs to be those prices to be considered that we extend to the Philippine companies are the same prices that we extend to the foreign corporation. And if you go outside of the country, these are probably the rates that will also apply for these kinds of services. So what I'm saying po is, although the margin may seem to be big, but it follows po the transfer pricing study, and it actually is considered an arm's length transaction.
Mr. Serrado, so ang sinasabi mo, itong binagbatayan ninyo based on a transfer pricing study.
Yes po, Your Honor.
At ito po yung ibinatay nyo sa international pricing.
Binabatay po namin to sa comparable prices. If it's available in the Philippines, we look at the prices. But if it's not available, we look at international prices. And
So-
this is not just true for the Philippine entity, but also for the foreign entity.
So ang ibig sabihin po, mas mura tayo. Laki po ng margin ninyo.
In most cases po, pag napansin nyo po, most foreign companies would place their operations in the Philippines because mas nakakamura naman po talaga sila ng operations in the Philippines. And that's precisely why most of the BPOs are in the Philippines, or if not, it's in another low-cost country, maybe India or Malaysia or even Dalian in China. So I guess yun po yung mga strategy ng mga foreign companies to bring down the cost po, to put it in a low-cost country.
So I agree. So tama po yung inyong binanggit na talagang maganda yung ating cost dito, and basically napababa po natin or hindi napababa, kundi mababa ang cost ng inyong pagpapagawa. para po sa digitalization at repurposing.
Opo.
BIR, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask BIR about this, si Division Chief Kabantak.
Nandiyan na po yung BIR.
Your Honor, this is Revenue District Officer Arnold Pugalapi of RDO 39, was the jurisdiction of...
Wala pa ho akong tanong, sir.
I've just taken my oath as a witness.
Sorry for that. Yes, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may we request the committee secretary to administer the oath?
Comsec, paki-administer po.
Yes, sir. Director Kabantak, please raise your right hand.
Arnold Pugalapi, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional inquiry, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, sa BIR po, pasensya na po kayo ha. Medyo, choppy ho yung inyong, dito.
Okay, Your Honor. Please try. Subukan na ninyo.
Yan.
Maliwanag.
Napakaganda po ng boses nyo na. Salamat po. Opo. Narinig nyo naman po yung ABS-CBN, di ba? Yung pong doon sa kinita at doon sa babayaran.
Apa.
Wala ba ho kayong nakikitang mali?
If I may, ang unang-una, yung with regards to cost, it's true, talagang napakababa yung cost nila. To give us an example, starting 2016, with the sales or gross revenue of 2.3 billion, yung cost of services nila is 3.5 million only. That is one example. For 2017, with the revenue of 2.6 billion, ang cost nila is 274 million. And the rest, ganon din, Your Honor, mabababa. If you are asking our opinion, personally, talagang it is a little bit unusual, mababa compared with the usual businesses. What we can ask, kasi ngayon pa lang ako in my term as Revenue District Officer who handles the Big Dipper, nag-issue kami nitong May ng taxable year 2019 ng letter of authority to investigate the Big Dipper. Now, isa sa hindi pa nila binibigay sa amin is the service agreement. May yung mga agreements nila with ABS-CBN, with the Global Hungary. Doon namin makikita kung ano yung pasahan nila ng revenue, ng cost, sinisingil. Kasi sila din.
Tama po. Thank you, Mr. Velasco, the Head Revenue Executive Assistant Enforcement and Advocacy Service. Tama po ba?
I am Revenue District Officer Arnold Pugalapi.
Ay, sorry. I'm sorry.
Under RDO 39 South Quezon City po kasi ang Dipper. Handling the Big Dipper.
Sorry po. Your last name, sir, is RD Carabia.
Galapia. RDO Galapia.
Galapia. RDO Galapia. Opo. RDO, tanong ko lang po. Under the rules, di po ba yung transfer pricing technically can be allowed?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I make a comment?
Po?
Can I make a comment?
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
it is true na ang kailangan natin ng investor with the so-called this PESA, no? PESA law. But to us, the tax servants or collector, no, of taxes, we recommend maybe it's now time to review about the PESA law, especially itong mga conglomerates, if they are entering into this kind of PESA allocators, para mabalance natin yung benefits ng investments and also yung mga purgan taxes.
Thank you po. Ngayon, no, is there such a rule about abuse of transfer pricing?
For now, Your Honor, baka kailangan papasok yung power ng legislative, no, to take into a look sa ating tax laws para medyo ma-adjust pa natin so that we can be given the tool by using the law kung makita kasi mga tax experts itong mga ginagamit ng mga multinationals or even our big corporations in the Philippines. They know what is legal. So, nakabind din ang aming kamay sa bagay na yan.
Yes. Mr. Velasco, ito nga po yung, in fact, this came from the Ways and Means Committee that transfer pricing is not an illegal activity but fraudulent pricing and abusing transfer pricing for the purpose of tax evasion are. So, if BIR will look into this and establish that there is an abuse of transfer pricing, then you have now a case not of for the purpose of tax evasion, then it would now be a case.
Your Honor, can I refer you to Attorney Velasco? I think he is also in this Zoom meeting, Attorney Felix Roy Velasco.
Attorney Velasco po, nakapag-oath na po.
Yeah. He can continue to answer regarding that matter.
Yes. Please, Attorney Velasco. Attorney Velasco is recognized. Mr. Chair, with your permission.
Go ahead po, pero hinahanap ko si Attorney Velasco, hindi ko na nakikita dito sa Zoom. Kung Mike parang wala siya.
Opo. Mr. Director Galapia, wala daw po.
Dito na.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Velasco, I will tanungin ko po sana kayo mag-out pero nagda-drive po kayo, wag na po siguro. Tanungin ko na lang ko kayo ngayon. Yun nga po, abuse of transfer pricing is for the purpose of tax evasion is actually a violation. Attorney Velasco, go ahead.
In general, Your Honor, any scheme that is used to defeat the proper payment of taxes is tax evasion.
You're saying, Attorney Velasco, kahit na po hindi abuse of transfer pricing, just the act of transfer pricing to for the purpose of tax evasion is already a violation?
As long as the scheme is utilized, Your Honor, there should be a proper amount of taxes to be paid under the law, and then the scheme was used to defeat the payment of these proper payment of taxes, then that would be tax evasion, Your Honor.
So maybe Mr. Velasco, I will not bother you. You're driving. That's very dangerous. But yun lang po, this particular case, does that strike you that there is a scheme that you may have to look into as BIR na kailangan po ninyong tingnan?
Yes, Your Honor, as long as the matter is brought to us and of course we conduct the proper investigation and then we do find out that the scheme is utilized to defeat the proper amount of taxes to be paid, then we will commence the filing of a tax evasion case.
Salamat po, Attorney Velasco. I will not bother you anymore, but thank you for giving your time even when you're driving. Maraming salamat po. So, Mr. Chair, if I may go back to ABS-CBN, do you want to react on the statement of BIR?
Your Honor, my only reaction is transfer pricing done by ABS-CBN is reviewed by third party. So the prices that we looked at is the prices if we have gotten it to a third party. So there is a documentation po, and this is a requirement when there's a BIR audit. And this is available naman po when they do the audit. So ang sinasabi ko lang po is our transfer pricing is not something that we created lang internally. This is actually reviewed by a third party that says that we comply with the requirements of the transfer pricing. And as a matter of fact, ang BIR po has safeguards in order to ensure that taxes are paid. There's value-added tax on your revenue immediately paid. There are withholding taxes immediately on any sale of goods and services so that taxes are withheld immediately. And at the bottom line po, there is minimum corporate income tax. I would assume that these are the safeguards to ensure that the taxes are properly paid, especially by the big corporations.
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Yes, go ahead. Before you, Honorable Marcoleta, kasi po kanina po gusto mag-interject ni Honorable Barsaga.
Sige po.
Para tapos bigay ko po lang sa inyong mabilis. Go ahead, Honorable Barsaga.
Mas matanda naman po yan, okay lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very short lamang, nais kong balikan si RDO Galapia.
RDO Galapia. RDO Galapia is recognized.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, RDO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nais ko lang linawin kung tama ang aking pagkakaintindi that based on your statement, yung cost of production or cost of goods sold ng Big Dipper ay masyadong mababa.
Yes, Your Honor, based on our records.
Baba.
Yes, Your Honor.
Approximately ano ang percentage sa gross revenue?
Dito na lang, ituloy ko yung sa 2018, with the gross revenue of 2.6 billion, ang cost naman is 299 million.
199 million.
Yes, Your Honor. Kaya may gross income sila na 2.3 billion.
At ang kanilang cost is only 299 million.
Yes,
okay.
Your Honor.
Sinabi dito kanina na ang kinatawan ng Big Dipper na ang kanilang kliyente ay 4 na korporasyon pinangungunahan ng ABS-CBN Corporation. At yung gross sales nila na 26 billion ay nanggaling sa 4 na korporasyon, ABS Corporation, Creative Inc., at saka meron pang 2. Yes.
Yung isa sa malaki nilang source of revenue is yung global na Hungary, Your Honor. ABS-CBN Global Hungary.
Yun ang kanilang source.
Yun ang isa sa major source nila, Your Honor. So, sunod yung ABS-CBN.
So, ang perception ko lamang, ang nagbabayad sa Big Dipper ay mga kumpanya rin na under the control ng ABS-CBN Corporation o ng Lopez family. Will the representative of Big Dipper confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ito po yung mga ibang kumpanya.
So, sa madaling sabi, yung binabayad sa Big Dipper, that will be a legitimate expense on the part of the corporations controlled by ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Tama po yan.
At sapagkat maliit ang inyong cost of goods sales, lalaki ang inyong gross net income. Tapang po ba?
It's a consequence po of having
Yes,
low
it's
cost.
a consequence. So, tama. At saka, malaki ang ating net income, kaya natin mag-declare ng bilyong-bilyong cash dividend sa ating mga stockholders.
Your Honor, tama po yan. You're referring po kasi na mataas yung presyo, mababa yung cost, malaki yung income. Corollary to that also, Your Honor, is you're looking at the export sales na pag mababa naman yung benta namin at hindi tama yung pricing, liliit naman yung babayaran na income tax.
Hindi ka, kaya ngayon ang sinasabi ko, mataas ang ating gross income, mababa ang ating cost of goods sold, malaki ang ating net income, pagkatapos, siyempre, malaki rin ang babayarang tax.
Tama po.
At malaki rin ang pera na pwede nating i-declare na cash dividend sa ating mga stockholders.
Tama po.
And will you confirm na yung mga stockholders ng Big Dipper are also the corporations being controlled by the owners of ABS Corporation?
Big Dipper is a wholly owned subsidiary or 100% owned by ABS-CBN Corporation.
Kaya nga, yung kita nyo, yung cash dividend nyo, ibinibigay nyo sa ABS-CBN Corporation.
Tama po.
Tama. Kaya ang nangyayari, malaki ang inyong gross income sa korporasyon ng ABS-CBN, pati na sa mga subsidiaries, maliit ang cost of goods sold, malaki ang inyong net income, malaki ang babayaran yung tax, pero malaki rin ang cash dividend na ibibigay nyo sa ABS-CBN Corporation.
Tama po, that's the
Tama.
consequence
Kaya
of
sinasabi
doing
ko,
business.
Nanggaling sa kanang bulsa ng ABS-CBN, ang binayad na 2 milyon, ang gastos ay 200 milyon, ang net income 1.8 billion, net of tax 1.5 billion, ibabalik din natin sa ABS-CBN.
Hindi lang po ABS-CBN ang kliyente niya, pero yung prinsipyo po, tama po.
Hindi nga, kaya nga sinasabi ko, stockholders lang, babalik natin, cash dividend. Yes. Yes.
Okay po.
I'll go back to Attorney Velasco. Where is Attorney Velasco of the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
Honorable Barsaga, kanina po kasi nagda-drive siya, baka po mahirapan na...
Okay, Attorney, ano na lamang?
Opo.
KRDO.
Opo.
Kung nag-issue kayo ng tax clearance sa Big Dipper for the year 2018, 2017, etc., kinaklarify ko lang to. Kasi ang perception ng ating pangkaraniwan tao, basta may tax clearance, ang isang taxpayer katulad ng ABS o CBN, ang sasabihin nila, bakit nyo pa binubulatat yung taxes involving these companies? Kaya nga, pinapaliwanag ko lamang, yung tax clearance nyo is not absolute. Ibig sabihin, in case of fraud, pwede nyo pang imbestigahan ulit ang Big Dipper or ABS-CBN Corporation kahit na nag-issue kayo ng tax clearance. Tama po ba yun?
Mr. Chairman, yung audio po, Mr. Chairman, hindi ko maintindihan.
RDO, Galapia, medyo masama po yung audio natin. Masama pa rin po.
Pakilakasan po ang inyong boses.
Narinig niya na ako? Is it clear? Your Honor. Did you hear me? Naririnig niyo na?
Hindi pa ho, sorry ho, RDO Galapia, medyo maano pa rin po.
Ulitin ko po. Paliwanag na po ba? Okay na?
Yan,
Did you
yan.
hear me?
Okay.
Okay? Ulitin ko po. Yung tax clearance po, at the time it was issued, wala pang nakikitang tax liability yung taxpayer. But pag nag-issue kami ng letter of authority, if we suspect something is wrong, possible na magkaroon uli ng tax liability. So, babaguhin yung tax clearance. Mag-issue kami ng tax clearance, meron ng tax liability in that case. For that period only yung tax clearance, it may change.
Okay, kaya ang sinasabi natin, posible pa rin na imbestigahan nyo ang Big Dipper kahit na meron tax clearance. Tama po ba?
Your Honor.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, although hindi na ako nagpa-practice ng accounting, under the Bureau or under the National Internal Revenue Code, the prescriptive period would be how many years from the discovery of fraud?
10 years, Your Honor.
10 years. So sa madaling sabi, kung inyong makikita that there were fraudulent, there was fraud in the filing of the corporate income tax or other documents, at ngayon nyo na-discover 2020, pwede kayong mag-start ng 2010 upwards. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor, within 10 years.
No, within 10 years from the discovery of the fraud, not from the date of the filing of the tax, income tax return.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Honorable Marcoleta, just to be clear, the time on the Honorable Barsaga and the Honorable Marcoleta are, Mr. Chairman, are intervening within my time, but I'm allowing them in deference to seniority, Mr. Chairman, but it's still my time. Go ahead, Honorable
Sa
Marcoleta.
kaalaman po ni Congressman Mike Defensor, naubos na po yung oras. At ibibigay na po natin ngayon, ito po oras na ni Congressman Marcoleta.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. The interjection of the Honorable Barsaga, I was not yet finished. Pumasok po.
Pwede mo po bang tapusin na muna
Tapusin ko na lang, tapos punta
tapusin
na
mo
po.
po muna yung katanungan mo. At gaya po ng sinabi ko, tapos na po yung oras mo. Pagkatapos po, ililipat na tayo kay Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ito pong usapin na gagawin na investigasyon na sinasabi ng BIR at ang mga tanong na ibinigay po natin dito sa ABS-CBN. Katulad po nung nasabi ko kanina, ito po'y katanungan na nais ipatanong ng mga liderato sa Committee on Ways and Means, which is the body or the committee in charge on taxes of the House of Representatives. Pero ang mas importante po, katulad ng pagtatanong ko kanina sa inyo, Mr. Sarado, yung pong makita ng taong bayan, ano talaga yung sitwasyon na katulad ng piniliwanag ko kanina, 2 kumpanya. Nagbebenta ka ng mesa at meron kang kumpanya ng mga karpintero. Parehong ikaw may-ari. Sa katotohanan, no, kung nagbebenta ka ng lamesa, dapat ang charge sa iyo nitong carpentry corporation mo, tabla lang. Kung 100 ang paggawa, 100 lang din. Hindi niya kailangan kumita. Dahil sa'yo din naman yan eh. Pero dito po sa sitwasyon natin, yung 100, binibenta niyang 120, 6 na piso ang tax niya. Yung pinagawa niya dito na 100, ang cost nung gumawa, kumita rin siya ng 20 pesos, pero dahil nasa pesa siya, at ang tax niya ay 5%, yung 20 pesos ang babayaran niya, piso lamang. Dito po sa sitwasyon ng ABS-CBN, ulitin ko lang po yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, ang binayaran magmula 2016, 2017, 2018 at 2019 ay nasa vicinity ng 110 to 120 million a year. 2016, nasa 125 ata po, o 120 million, 2017, 2018, 2019. Kung wala pong pesa, ang dapat binabayaran ay nasa 700 to 800 million bawat taon, kada taon, ang dapat napupunta sa ating kaban ng bayan. Kaya po siguro nag-interest ang Ways and Means Committee nung makita to na napakalaki po ng pondo na dapat napupunta sa ating gobyerno. Dahil after all, in the end, ang sabi nga po natin, in the service of the Filipino people. And what is the best service than to give the proper taxes so that we can build more school buildings, we can put up more hospitals, we can put up roads for the farmers. So ito po yung kabuang sitwasyon. Mr. Chairman, I will not anymore ask the ABS-CBN people. I've already said enough. In fact, ayoko na po nga sana magtanong. But again, I thank them for answering my interpellation this afternoon. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Defensor. Next to interpellate is Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Balikan ko lamang po sana sa umpisa yung naiwang ibang katanungan ni Congressman Mike tungkol po dun sa transfer pricing. Nabasa ko po kasi, Mr. Chair, itong ABS-CBN Consolidated Audited Financial Statement for the year 2009 na kung saan sinasabi po ito. On January 7, 2009, ABS-CBN Hungary was incorporated to be the holding company of certain international subsidiaries. On May 19, 2009 and June 19, respectively, 2009, ABS-CBN Hungary incorporated ABS-CBN Netherlands and established a branch in Luxembourg, respectively, which are intended to conduct the management of other business enterprises within the ABS-CBN Group. Ito po. In December 2009, ABS-CBN Global transferred its 100% ownership interest in ABS-CBN International to ABS-CBN Hungary in exchange for the issue of a $81 million equity note and the assumption of an existing $5 million note by ABS-CBN Hungary. Consequently, ABS-CBN Hungary became the new holding company for ABS-CBN International as of December 31, 2009. Ganito po, Mr. Chair, sa dami po ng inikutan ngayon, hindi lamang po yung tax angle ngayon, yung implikasyon nito sa ABS-CBN Global Hungary, Luxembourg, Big Dipper, yung parent company which is ABS-CBN, at saka yung kanyang subsidiary, ay talaga pong yung question of transfer pricing sa pagitan nitong related parties na ito ay talagang malinaw na dapat nating makita. Sabi po ng ABS-CBN kanina, arm's length transaction being observed in the process. Tingnan po natin. Base po sa Big Dipper 2017 Statement on Comprehensive Income, yung cost po ng services niya ay 11% lang ng kanilang revenues. 11% of the revenues. Ibig sabihin po, yung gross income is 89%. Siguro po nakikinig naman ang BIR. Ito po ba totoong-totoo po ba kayo ito na out of cost service of 11% ang magiging gross income mo, 89%? Yun po naman kanilang net income before tax, Mr. Chair, na margin ng Big Dipper for 2016 and 2017. Ang controversial rate po nito ay, nag-seal po kasi sila ng rate na 88%. General administrative expense was only a negligible 0.23% in 2017 and 0.14% in 2016. In terms of capitalization, Big Dipper was incorporated with only 12 million pesos, Mr. Chair, in capital stock. Hindi po ba katakatakang masyado ito kapag hindi po natin naisip na 12 million capitalized company mag-generate po ng 2.7 billion in revenue? Ewan ko po kung po pwedeng mangyari po sa isang kumpanya yun. 12 million capitalization generating a total revenue of 2.7 billion. Kailangan po talaga yung transfer pricing strategy ng kumpanya ay kailangan nating ma-scrutinize. Sana po nakikinig ang BIR. Pwede po bang magtanong muna sa ABS-CBN kung natatandaan po ninyo yung bahagi ng inyong prangkisa tungkol po sa pagbabayad ninyo ng income tax. Kung dala-dala po ninyo yung old franchise ninyo, 7966, nakasulat po doon ang tungkulin nyo ng pagbabayad ng tax. Pwede po ba nating basahin sandali yun?
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized? Mr. Chairman, Section 8 of the franchise reads, tax provisions. The grantee, its successors, or assigns shall be liable to pay the same taxes on their real estate, buildings, and personal property, exclusive of this franchise, as other persons or corporations are now or hereafter may be required by law to pay. In addition thereto, the grantee, its successors or assigns shall pay a franchise tax equivalent to 3% of all gross receipts of the radio television business transacted under this franchise by the grantee, its successors or assigns, and the said percentage shall be in lieu of all taxes on this franchise or earnings thereof, provided that the grantee, its successors or assigns, shall continue to be liable for income taxes payable under Title 2 of the National Internal Revenue Code pursuant to Section 2 of Executive Order Number 72, unless the latter enactment is amended or repealed, in which case the amendment or repeal shall be applicable thereto. The grantee shall file the return with and pay the tax due thereon to the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or his duly authorized representatives in accordance with the National Internal Revenue Code, and the return shall be subject to audit by the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Salamat po. Maliwanag po dyan na binabanggit sa sarili niyong prangkisa na ang ABS-CBN kinakailangang magbayad ng kaukulang buwis sa ating pamahalaan. Hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. Tama po. Hindi naman po sinasabi dyan sa prangkisa na bago po kayo magbayad ng buwis, kailangan pa kayong idemanda ng BIR. At mula doon, makikipag-compromise po kayo. Ang sinasabi po dyan, lahat po ng kaukulang buwis kailangan nyong bayaran. Huwag nyo na pong hintayin na idemanda pa kayo ng BIR, magtatalo pa po kayo, hanggang sa mauwi lang kayo sa compromise agreement. Malinaw po ba yun na walang sinasabi na compromise agreement dyan, na magbabayad kayo kagad ng tax? Sang-ayon doon sa inyong prangkisa.
Your Honor, the remedy that is given to the taxpayer may not be included in the franchise, but it should not be taken as singularly, but it should be taken in consideration with the other taxes that relate to, other rules that relate to payment of taxes. And one of them is a remedy that is given to a taxpayer to actually, if there are protests or disputes, there is a remedy to resolve it.
Mr. Chair, naiintindihan po natin yun. Kaya ko lang na pinanindiganan na wala namang compromise agreement dyan sapagkat huwag yun ang dapat na default na ginagamit ninyo. Dito lamang sa nakita naming mga binigay na reports ninyo ay 5 tax cases ang nakapending sa Court of Tax Appeals at itong 5 ito ay kinompromise agreement ninyo. Napakalaki po kasi ng diferensya kapag nagbayad kayo through compromise agreement kesa sa talagang bayaran nyo na lang ng kusa kung tama naman ang assessment sa inyo ng BIR. Isang example po ito. Ito pong kinompromise ninyo na kaso sa BIR ay nanggaling po doon sa formal letter of demand, July 31, 2014. Ang sinisingil po sa inyo ng BIR ng napakaraming uri ng taxes, kung susumahin po natin, umabot po yun ng 2.5 billion pesos. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, I have to actually reconcile the numbers.
Nandito po yung record, sarili po.
Apo yung binabanggit nyo lang po, I would have to reconcile. You're referring
Yun nga
to
po, yung
all
formal
the
letter of demand dated July 31, 2014, sari-sari pong mga taxes yun. Pagka yun sinuma ninyo, aabot po yun ng 2.5 billion pesos. Ikinompromise po ninyo sa pamamagitan ng BIR, ang binayaran lamang po ninyo 152 million point 4. Ibig sabihin, ito po ay nagre-represent lamang ng 3.81% ng dapat ninyong bayaran. So sino pong nalulugi dito, hindi po ba ang ating pamahalaan? Sa halip na magbayad kayo ng 2.5 billion, ang binayaran nyo lang 152 million. Ngayon po, nandito tayo, kinukonsidera natin ang proposition kung kayo bibigyan pa o hindi na bibigyan ng prangkisa. Napakarami po ng sama ng loob na dinudulot ninyo sa amin. Bakit naman po 3.81% na lang ng dapat ninyong bayaran? Nagtataka naman ako sa BIR kung bakit niya pinayagan ito. Siguro ito po maaari nating tingnan uli, Mr. Chair. Ito po ang lumilitaw. Hindi ko po alam kung sa ibang, doon sa mga natitira pong 4 pang nakapending na kinompromise ninyo, ilan po yung aggregate amount na sinisingil ng BIR at nung ikompromiso po ninyo, magkano po yung ibinayad ninyo?
Your Honor, you're referring to the initial assessment which were then subjected to a series of discussion with the BIR in order to ensure that the initial assessment po is acceptable or valid. And it's a process po that every taxpayer go through when there is an initial assessment. And finally po, there is going to be a final decision from the BIR, and that is their final assessment. And if still under protest po, the taxpayer will be allowed to, as a remedy under the law, to either do a compromise settlement or to bring it up to the Court of Tax Appeals. If you may lang po, I want our tax counsel to be recognized, Attorney Carag.
Mr. Chair. I'm recognized, Mr. Chair.
Opo, recognized po kayo, Attorney.
Your Honor, may basehan po yung compromise between ABS-CBN and the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, Your Honor.
Ang naiwan ko pong tanong, Mr. Chair, dito po dun sa mga nakabinbin pang 4 na nakita ko sa report ng ating secretariat, 5 po kasi lahat yun eh. Ito po ba ay na-approve na yung compromise agreement sa pagitan ninyo ng BIR, yung natitirang 5? Maliban po itong binanggit ko na 2.5 billion pesos ang sinisingil sa inyo, pero ang binayaran nyo lang 152 million, representing 3.8%. Doon po sa mga natitira pang 4 na i-compromise na naman ninyo sa BIR, ilan po yung aggregate value nung i-compromise ninyo at ilan naman ang babayaran ninyo para makita natin kung ilang porsyento na naman ang babayaran ninyong buwis sa ating pamahalaan?
Your Honor, the amount is... Sorry po, sandali lang po. The amount is 553 million, Your Honor.
Doon sa natitirang 4 po?
Those assessment has already been settled in 2018. End of 2018.
So ang binayaran po ninyo...
We no longer have a pending
yung
case from
binayaran
those
po
that you
ninyong
mentioned.
553 million, ito po yung compromise amount.
Hindi po. Yan po yung tinatawag nilang final decision on disputed assessment.
Ilan po yung assessment dati ng BIR bago kayo nagbayad ng 553 million? Yung total assessment po nung 4 na kaso na binabanggit ko na ito po ay nakatala sa mga records ng aming secretariat.
Maari ko po bang makuha yung mga pangalan? Or
Comsec, baka nasa sayo yung 5 tax cases. Kaya ko po tinatanong sa inyo ito sapagkat kagaya nitong isang ito na kinompromise po ninyo ng 152 million. Samantalang ang sinisingil po sa inyo ng gobyerno ay 2.5 billion pesos. Alam po ninyo kung gagawin po na naman nating halimbawa ito, parang mumu na lang ang naibigay sa gobyerno eh. Yung mumu po, ito yung sumusobra sa pinggan natin na natatapon sa babae. Alam po ninyo kung sino lang nakikinabang doon sa mumu. Yung mga dagandingding na lamang po. Ganito po ang nangyayari, Mr. Chair. Kaya mula pa sa umpisa, bilang tao, ako po, napakasakit na makita yung ganito eh. Iko-compromise ninyo, sana man lang kung kompromiso, medyo may laban naman ng gobyerno. Dito po ba sa 3.8% na binayad ninyo, sa tingin po ninyo, makatwiran po ito?
Opo.
Nasa sa inyo po yun.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Congressman Marcoleta, paki-recognize po.
Sino po, Mr. Chair?
Si Attorney Carag.
Sige po.
Your Honor, sa Section 204 of the Tax Code, which authorizes the Commissioner to compromise the settlement of taxes, the law sets the minimum amount that should be paid by the taxpayer, Your Honor, under that compromise settlement, which is, if the ground is doubtful validity of the assessment, it's 40% of the basic tax. And if the ground is the financial incapacity of the taxpayer, it's at least 10% of the basic tax, Your Honor. So the law already provided the proper safeguards to protect the interests of the government, Your Honor. And the authority to accept the compromise has been vested by law to the Commissioner, Your Honor. So even if the taxpayer is willing to offer to compromise the settlement of taxes, it's up to the Commissioner whether to accept the compromise or not, Your Honor. So in this case, Your Honor, the Commissioner would not have accepted the compromise if there is no valid ground for the acceptance of the compromise, Your Honor.
Alam po natin yun eh, sapagkat nasa tax code yun eh. Kayo na pong nagsabi na at least 40%. Ang binayaran po ninyo 3.81% eh. Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, ito po ba'y makatwiran?
No, Your Honor, because we have to exclude the penalties, Your Honor. The basis of the compromised amount is just the basic amount which exclude the penalties.
So, ang palagi pong modality na ginagawa niya sa tuwing kayo ay magbabayad ng taxes, puro compromise agreement, ganun po ba?
No,
Puro
Your
kayo
Honor,
nagpuprotest. Samantalang pinabasa ko sa inyo ang inyong prangkisa, dito nakasalig lahat. Ang katwiran, kung ang prangkisa ninyo ay kinakailangan pang ibigay sa inyo o hindi, kayo na, binasa ninyo ang prangkisa. Babayarin nyo lahat ng kaukulang buwis. Hindi natin pinag-uusapan na kinakailangan paiyakin ninyo yung gobyerno, kinakailangan kayong mag-usap doon, kakalad ka rin ng BIR. Hindi ko malaman kung ano po ang ginamit ng BIR ng panahon na yon, nasukatan, kung bakit umabot lang kayo sa 3.81%. Marami po kasi kayong abogado, marami kayong accountant. Kayo ang pinakamalaking broadcast industry sa ating bansa. So hindi ko alam kung anong pressure ang binigay ninyo sa ating BIR Commissioner ng panahon na yon eh. Ang pattern po kasi, Mr. Chair, palagi na lang ganito. Bago ako magbayad, dadaan ka muna sa butas ng karayom. Ito po yung problema. Mr. Chair, wala na po itatanong sa BIR. Gusto ko pong matanong ngayon yung pong ating representative sa Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Kung nandyan pa po sila.
PESA?
Hello?
Ayoko yun yung isa, hindi yung dalawa yun.
Director General Ching Plaza?
Yung pong isa, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor. We're all here with my Deputy Director General.
Ito na naman yun. Ano po ang designation po niyo, ma'am?
This is the Director General, Ching Plaza. And I
Director.
have with me, Your Honors, my two Deputy Director Generals for operations and for plans and programs.
Kayo po ang
There are
sasagot sa
questions
mga
that I
tanong ko,
may
ma'am?
answer for you.
Kayo po ba ang sasagot?
Sige, sir. If I can't provide the answers, I have the two deputies here with me.
Dito po sa Republic Act 7916 na batas na gumawa ng Philippine Economic Zone Authority, sa Section 2 po nakalagay, Madam, sinasabi niya, the state recognizes the indispensable role of the private sector, encourages private enterprise, and provides incentives to needed investments. Ang katunayan po, ito ay lifted sa Section 20, Article 2 ng ating saligang batas.
Yes, Your Honor. I agree.
Alam po ninyo ito, Madam, di po ba?
Yes, sir. I agree.
Sa Section 3 po, na kung saan binabanggit yung purposes, intents, and objectives, babasahin ko po yung ilan lamang sa mga intensyon at mga purposes ng batas na ito. Sa paragraph C, sinasabi po ito, to promote the flow of investors, both foreign and local, into special economic zones, which would generate employment opportunities, and establish backward and forward linkages among industries in and around the economic zones. Nakasulat po yan, Madam.
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Sa letter D, to stimulate the repatriation of Filipino capital by providing attractive climate and incentives for business activity. Ito pong pangatlo, letter E, to promote financial and industrial cooperation between the Philippines and industrialized countries through technology-intensive industries that will modernize the country's industrial sector and improve productivity levels by utilizing new technological and managerial know-how. Ang itatanong ko po sa inyo, ganun pala ang layunin ng batas. Unang-una para makapag-attract po ng maraming pamumuhunan ng ating bansa. Sapagkat kapag marami po ang namuhunan ng mga banyaga, malaki po ang pakinabang ng bansa. Lalaki po ang ating ekonomiya. Sapagkat kapag nakapag-set up po sila ng korporasyon, mga kumpanya sa ating bansa, talagang makakatulong po sila sa pag-generate po ng napakaraming trabaho. Makikinabang ang ating mga mamamayan. Tama po?
Tama po, sir.
Sinasabi po rito na pati ang ating industrial sector ay makikinabang kasi matuturuan nila tayo sa pamamaraan na may improve natin ang productivity levels ng ating technological and managerial systems. Dito po, lahat ng dapat ninyong approvein na magre-register dyan ay kailangang makapag-stimulate, marirepatriate ang Filipino capital. Kasama na po yung banyaga. Talaga pong ang pinag-uusapan dito ay makapag-attract tayo ng maraming pamumuhunan. Tama po, Madam?
Tama po, sir.
Ito po ba ay nagawa ng Big Dipper? Ang Big Dipper po ba ay nakapag-stimulate ng banyagang pamumuhunan na nadala niya sa ating bansa?
As you mentioned, sir, we are inviting or attracting export companies who are both local or Filipinos and foreign.
Ang tanong ko po, ang Big Dipper po ba nakaganap sa tungkuling hinahanap ng batas na ito na makatulong para makapag-attract, makapaghimok ng mga banyaga o kahit na Pilipino pang nasa abroad, makatulong sa maraming pamumuhunan na kailangan ng ating bansa. Nakatugon po ba sa patakarang ito ang Big Dipper?
Opo, sir, because of the technology that Big
Teka
Dipper-
muna, doon po tayo sa pamumuhunan muna. Nakatulong po ba siya? At kung nakatulong, magkano naman po ang banyagang puhunan na kanyang nahimok na dalhin dito sa ating bansa?
Sir, we can base it on our export revenues. Big Dipper registered 27.7 million US dollars as export revenues.
Hindi po ang tinatanong ko sa inyo kung magkano ang kanyang naiambag sa pamamagitan ng pag-a-attract ng puhunan galing sa labas papunta sa ating bansa. Naintindihan niyo po ba yung tanong?
Sir, yes po. Hindi po kailangan na manggaling sa labas ang kapital. Kasi nakasaad
Baka hindi po tayo nagkakaintindihan, ma'am. Kaya nung isang araw po, ang gusto ko po sanang makausap yung kasama ninyo eh. Pagpaumanhin po ninyo ako sapagkat kukunti lang po ang panahon namin, gusto na naming tapusin sana itong isyong ito.
Sir, tama naman po ang sagot ko, no? Kasi nakasaad po dito, yung sources of income of our export companies will be the export revenues. So, it does not necessarily mean ang puhunan ay manggaling sa ibang bansa. No? Because we allow Filipino owned.
Mr. Chairman, hindi ho natin maintindihan yung sinasabi ni DG Plaza. We cannot understand her. I think her signal is bad, or is there a problem with their system?
Ma'am Plaza, pakilakasan po yung inyong pagsasalita.
Okay, sir. Okay. As mentioned, nakasaad dito sa aming batas sa PESA na we qualify both Filipinos and foreign export companies to invest, to register with PESA. And we incentivize yung pong mga product at saka services. So, among these services is the services rendered by Big Dipper. So, they are into IT-enabled digital archiving.
Mawalang galang na po, ma'am. Meron po ba kayong kasama riyan na taga-PESA?
Okay, sir.
Yung mga
Nandito
deputy
ang
po
ating
ninyo.
Dalawang deputies, if you want further explanation. Okay, si DDG Harry again. She's in charge of operation. Nung ang Big Dipper po ay na-register, sila po yung nagre-register.
Bakit 8 ba o 10? Yung bucket nyo, yung bucket lang, 10? Bucket lang? 10?
Lahat po original.
Okay.
In reply to your query on foreign investment, what the Chiu was trying to expound on is our law, as you mentioned, actually it's in Section 3C of the PESA law. The statement is to promote the flow of investors, both foreign and local, into special economic zones which would generate...
Tapos na po tayo dyan, ma'am. Pinag-usapan na mo namin kanina at nakilala na po niya yan. Ang tanong ko po, ang batas na ito ay naitatag dahil sa pangangailangan po ng pamumuhunan ng ating bansa. Isa po sa layunin ng PESA, makaragdag po kayo sa ikadarami ng mamumuhunan sa ating bansa sapagkat napaka-importante po yun. Tama po?
Opo.
At kaya naman kayo binigyan ng kapangyarihan na makapag-attract ng investment sa pamamagitan po ng paglalatag ng mga mekanismo kung saan ay makapagbigay tayo ng tax incentives. Itong tinatawag nating tax holidays. Ito po kasi isang paraan para maganyak natin sila na mamumuhunan sa ating bansa. Hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Kaya po yung kung sino man ang mag-a-apply sa inyo, magre-register, susukatin ninyo doon sa pamantayan na binabanggit natin kanina, bakit na kailangan naman silang maglagak ng maraming pamumuhunan dito makatulong naman sa ating bansa sa paglago ng ating ekonomiya. Hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Ngayon, tinanong ko po kanina doon sa unang nakausap ko, ilan naman po ang pamumuhunan o puhunan mula sa ibang bansa ang nadala naman dito ng Big Dipper?
Ang investment po ng Big Dipper comes from ABS, essentially or principally from
ABS-CBN.
CBN Broadcasting.
Okay.
Corp. So
Sa
it
makatwid
is
po,
local investment.
Sa makatwid po, yung investment niya galing din dito sa ating bansa. Tama po? Oo.
Tama
Sa
po.
makatwid, kung ako po ay administrator ng PESA, hindi sa papasa sa pamantayan na ito. Ang pinag-uusapan po kasi rito ay mga foreign investment. Paano kung babaligtarin po kaya natin, ma'am, kamukha nung kanyang kliyente sa Hungary, na ito po ay mula po sa ABS-CBN, parent company, siya po ang nagtatag nun subsidiary niya. Sa makatwid, Mr. Chair, puhunan na galing dito, dinala pa natin sa ibang bansa. Di po ba baligtad, ma'am? Baligtad o hindi?
Hindi naman po baliktad.
Dito nga po nanggaling sa bansa natin,
kasi
ma'am. Sandali po.
excuse me po.
Sandali po. Tandaan natin, ang batas na ito'y ginawa para maganyak natin ang mga tao sa labas sapagkat kailangan natin ng puhunan. Para ma-attract natin, nagbibigay tayo ng tax holidays, tax incentives. Ngayon, kung hindi naman po nila matutugunan yung kriteryang inilatag ng batas na ito, bakit naman yung binigyan ng tax incentive ang Big Dipper? Ang kapital po galing dito sa ating bansa. Nakita niyo po? Paano po nangyari? Wala naman silang itinulong kung ang pag-uusapan ay malaking puhunan sapagkat sila nga ang pinuhunanan pa, ang ABS-CBN, siya pa yung nagbayad, nagrehistro sa Hungary, nakapag-establish sila, pati probinsya ng kanilang branch office sa Luxembourg. Puro po kapital ng Pilipino ang ginamit. Ang tanong ko po sa inyo, bakit pumasa sila sa pamantayan ninyo? Nilabag po ninyo yung Declaration of Principles dito at saka yung purpose, intents, and objectives ng batas na ito. Mr. Chair,
May I be
ito
allowed
po
to
ang
answer,
nangyayari.
Your Honor?
Ano po?
May I be allowed to answer?
Sige po.
To go back po to what I said earlier, Section 3, letter C of RA 7916, which is the PESA law, provides as one of the purposes, intents, and objectives of the law, and I quote, to promote the flow of investors, both foreign and local, into special economic zones. So
Binasa ko
we can
po yun
register companies po that are Filipino and that bring in local investments. So we have registered Big Dipper, which is a local company, and they brought in local investments.
Ang nagbigay
So,
nga
there's no
po,
discrimination
ang
po
Big
in
Dipper
PESA.
po, madam, ay
As the
100%.
investor, whether foreign or local, brings in incremental investment into a new project that is export-oriented, then it can be granted PESA incentives.
Madam, ang pinag-uusapan natin kasi pamumuhunan. Alam ko po na local kailangan din. Pero higit sa lahat, ang hinahanap natin, mga banyagang pamumuhunan sapagkat ang ating bansa ay isang developing country. Kung titingnan po nyo yung letter D, sinasabi po, repatriation ng Filipino capital. Pati nga po yun ay kinakailangan nating ma-invite, ma-encourage. Pumasok sila sa ating bansa sapagkat ang pamumuhunan ang importante. Doon po ba sa puhunan na nakuha nyo sa Big Dipper, tanggapin ko na sandali na namuhunan sila kahit konti, karapat dapat ba sila doon sa tax incentive na binigay ninyo? Kasi po, kagaya ng pinag-usapan namin kanina, kung hindi sila binigyan ng registration, Ang tax po na panggagalingan nila ay yung net income at ang gagamitin nating tax rate ay yung corporate income tax na 30%. Kahit papaano po, makababawi ang ating pamahalaan. Nung binigyan nyo sila ng 5%, yun po ay base lamang doon sa gross income. Mababa po yun. So nakikita namin yung sukatan po na ibinigay ng batas para matupad natin at makabuo tayo ng maraming pamumuhunan sa ating bansa.
Yes po.
Hindi po nyo na ilatag mabuti kung ang pag-uusapan ay yung Big Dipper. Unang-una, questionable kung sila talaga ay nakapagbigay ng napakaraming pamumuhunan, karapat-dapat para bigyan sila ng tax incentive. Sa umpisa pa nga ho, siguro apat na taon nang magsimula sila, wala po silang buwis, hindi pa sa inyong patakaran, madam? Tax holidays, 4 na buwan, 4 na taon. Pagkatapos magmamigrate sila doon sa tinatawag nating gross income taxation, 5% na po yun. So kung susukatin natin, ma'am, baka sakaling 3 trilyon ang kanilang binigay na investment, baka papayag po ako. Ilan po yung investment? Magkano po?
Yung initial investment po nila is 434 million pesos in terms of equipment, mostly ho, and building improvements. $444,600,000
Mukhang hindi pumapayag ang mga papel niyo, ma'am.
588
Ano po?
million pesos. This is the first year investment po.
So, equipment at saka yung building, 400 million po. Yun ang investment nila.
It's only on their office, sir, not the building, not the entire building.
So, hindi naman po lumitaw na pagdating nila 400 million kagad ang investment. Tama po ba?
First year lang po ito, 444 million in
141.
initial investment so that they can start to operate.
Yun nga po, sa sukatan po ba nitong mga objectives na to, karapat-dapat silang bigyan ng 5% na tax incentive? Kung kukumpara natin, kung kukumpara natin sa parameters na nakalatag po dito sa Republic Act 7916,
yes po.
paano po ba nyo ina-approve? Sino-sino po ba ang nag-a-approve kung isang kumpanya ay karapat-dapat na bigyan ng tax incentive?
It is the PESA board po. So our group prepares the report to the PESA board, then this is presented to the PESA board for approval.
Kinonsider po ba ninyo na yung kanilang gagawin, magdi-digitize lamang ng content, local content po kasi yung kanilang trabaho dito At yan naman po ay inamin naman po ng ABS-CBN. I-digitize po yung content para sa ganon, ito po ay kanilang maipalabas sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo.
Yes po.
At yun po. So, content po ng ABS-CBN, dinigitize po ng kanyang 100% subsidiary, ang kanila pong holdings company nirehistro sa Netherlands, pero 100% na pag-aari ng ABS-CBN. Ang kapital po ay umiikot lamang sa kanila. So karapat-dapat pa sila nabigyan ng 5%.
Insofar as Big Dipper is concerned, it complies with the requirements for registration with PESA. So,
yun po registration requirements, wala pong problema doon. Mga formalidad lamang po yun, ma'am.
That under the investment priorities plan of the country, which is issued by the Board of Investments and signed by the President of the Philippines, export of services is one of the promoted activities that are granted incentives. So, if I may read from the investment priorities plan, which is signed by the President, export services is one of those listed as investment priorities project.
So,
Export
ma'am,
services, as defined by the BOI in duly issued guidelines, is defined as service activities rendered to clients abroad and paid for in foreign currency with export requirement of at least 50% of its revenue if Filipino-owned or at least 70% if foreign-owned.
so
So
tinuturing po
insofar
ni...
as Big Dipper is concerned, they have, it is Filipino-owned, which is allowed to export services. It has also invested 444 million pesos in equipment and improvements, fit-outs in its office. It is also export-oriented because it is exporting its service to a client abroad, and that client abroad is a distinct and separate entity from Big Dipper. It is registered in a country abroad, and that country abroad, which is the client of Big Dipper, remits foreign exchange to the Philippines in payment for the export sale of Big Dipper.
Magkano
Also,
po...
if I may again
Ma'am,
say that
ma'am,
to
wag po tayo...
emphasize Section 3
Madam, sandali po.
PESA Law 3C, which is one of the purposes, intents, and objectives of the PESA Law, does not limit PESA from granting incentives only to foreign investments.
Sandali lang po, ma'am. Pwede bang ma-interrupt kayo,
As
ma'am?
one of the objectives of the
Ma'am,
PESA Law to
mawalang
promote
galang na po sa inyo,
the
ma'am.
flow of investors, both foreign and local,
Mawalang
into
galang na
special
po.
economic zones.
Mawalang galang na po. Parang kayo na po ang tagapagsalita ng Big Dipper eh. Ako po ang magtatanong sa inyo, wag po kayong magkukwento, ma'am.
PESA Law
sige
lang
po.
po.
Sandali po. Dito po sa paragraph D ng section 3, susundan niyo po ako. To stimulate the repatriation of Filipino capital by providing attractive climate and investors for business activity. Gaano po ang nagawa ng Big Dipper dito sa objective na ito?
Actually, Section D is also an objective, but it is in addition to Objective C of the same section.
Ang pinag-uusapan natin ay letter D.
So wala pang repatriation kasi po, there's no need to repatriate because the capital is already invested from the Philippines into its Philippine company.
O yan, inamin po ninyo. Walang repatriation sapagkat nag-iikutan nga sila rito. Ang capital galing sa ating bansa. Pagkatapos sasabihin ninyo, merong foreign exchange. Magkano pong foreign exchange ang na-contribute ng Big Dipper? Magmula nang siya po ay bigyan ninyo ng registration hanggang ngayon.
First, if I may clarify po, what I am referring to really is Big Dipper. So I'm not referring po to
Magkano po yung foreign exchange na nakuha na natin, na-contribute nila sa ating bansa mula nung sila'y bigyan nyo ng registration?
The export sales in 2016 dollar values. Just a moment po. So, in US dollars, in 2016, total export sales of Big Dipper amounted to $27.7 million, which is equivalent to 1.3 billion pesos. In 2017, the export sales amounted to $27.176 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 1.307 pesos. And in 2018, export sales amounted to $27.715, equivalent to 1.219 pesos. Sir.
Iyan po ba'y nanggaling sa ibang bansa at niremit nila dito sa ating bansa?
Yes po.
Nasaan po ang record na sila'y nakapag-remit mula sa ibang bansa ng foreign exchange, kung tawagin po yan invisibles, at ito ay kanilang na-contribute sa ating bansa? Meron po ba kayong record na ganon? Ang binabasa nyo po kasi mga export sales eh. Tinuturing po nyo kasi na export pati ito eh. Nag-digitize lamang po. Pagkatapos ibinigay sa kanilang branch sa Luxembourg o sa Cayman Islands o kaya sa Hungary, ano po ang in-export nila? Hindi po sila yung nag-produce eh. Madam, hindi po sila ang nag-produce. Ang tuntunin po ng PESA, dapat po locator sila, silang magpo-produce, pagkatapos mag-export sila. Yung bayad ngayon ng kanilang mga consumer abroad, babalik dito sa ating bansa, ito po ang tinatawag nating parang foreign earnings. Makikinabang ang ating bansa. Hindi po ganito ang nangyayari, ma'am. Wala silang pinoproduce sa ating bansa. Ito po ay produce ng ABS-CBN at saka yung mga subsidiary. Dinidigitize lang. Kumbaga, ina-adapt lang do sa technology ng iba't ibang bansa para mapanood. Dahil iba po yung level ng technology sa ibang bansa. Ganun po kasimple yun. Sa makatwid, talagang walang production. Okay? Ang talagang tuntunin ng locator dito, silang magpuproduce, silang mag-export, kikita sila ng foreign exchange, makikinabang ang ating bansa. Hindi po ganyan ang nangyari, pero kahit na sa kabila ng ganyang mga pangyayari na bumabalot sa Big Dipper, binigyan pa ninyo sila ng tax incentive na 5%. Hindi po pangkaraniwan ang nangyari. Mr. Chair, salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Next to interpellate is Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, meron na ba ho tayong submission ng unbundled tax payments nila? Yung, kasi di ba nag-i-issue po kay Congressman Barsaga yung 14 billion o 15 billion tax payments. Na-unbundle na ba ho yan? Na hindi kasama yung mga withholding taxes sa mga artista at sa mga empleyado nila?
ABS-CBN.
Those numbers po came from BIR. Those are the numbers that were presented by BIR, the payments of ABS-CBN for taxes po.
Kaya inaamin nyo, yung payments ng ABS-CBN for taxes na 15 billion na sinasabi ng BIR, kasama doon yung withholding taxes sa mga empleyado. Tsaka sa mga talents, o sino man yung nagwi-withhold kayo.
Kasama po because we're a withholding agent for the BIR.
So hindi nyo ho pera yun. Mali ho yung BIR nung sinabi nilang yun ang binayad ng ABS-CBN na tax.
Indirectly po because that was created from the jobs by ABS-CBN.
So may error po si Assistant Deputy Commissioner Cabantac sa pagsabi na napakalaki ng binayad nyo.
Wala po siyang error. I mean, the BIR can probably speak for themselves, but I would assume they were just looking at the BIR tax forms or tax payment forms that we file, which shows that those payments came from a tax remittance by ABS-CBN.
So that 15 billion is not a consequential amount because it does not represent the reality of ABS-CBN's actual tax payments.
Sir, the consequence of doing business is not just po income tax. There are other form of taxes po. Kaya po for the BIR, they look at it as all taxes paid by whoever files for or on behalf as a withholding agent and plus a company that pays the
Now
taxes.
that the ABS-CBN News broadcast that amount, is it the error of the reporter or the error of the BIR or both Sino ho nagkamali doon?
Sir, again, the BIR can answer that, but from my view po, there's no error kasi po, the payment form was prepared and it's actually a payment na nire-require ng BIR sa ABS-CBN.
So sinasabi nyo ngayon, you're still claiming yung pinayad po ng mga empleyado, kiniklaim nyo pa rin na kayo ho nagbayad.
Paano po?
Kaya hiningi ko yung unbundled amount para ho naka-breakdown lahat ng taxes. Alamin ho natin kung ano talaga yung sa ABS-CBN, ano yung sa empleyado. Di ba ho, ganun lang naman yung kasimple?
Tama po yan, pero ang sinasabi ko lang po, we were tasked by the BIR to make that payment. Kaya po ang payment form, and even the assessment po, pag kulang yan, is actually assessed to the company and not to the individuals because they will have to do their own audit as an individual.
And when it is reported as news, although it's fake news, sumasakay kayo sa glory ng fake news pagdating po sa mababayad ng buwes.
Sir, I wouldn't know how to answer your question po.
Then don't. You don't have to. Itong Big Dipper, no? Sa Tagalog, ang Big Dipper, malaking tabo. Diba? Malaking tabo. Yung tabo, iyan po yung sasalok sa timba. Sinasalok po yan galing sa timba o galing sa drum para ipanligo ng mga Pilipino. Kabisado nyo ba ho yun?
I thought it was a, what do you call this?
Comet, yung formation sa...
Constellation.
Oh, pero sa Tagalog kasi, ang Dipper, tabo. Big Dipper, malaking tabo. Alam nyo ba ho yun?
Opo.
Kasi mukha hong malaking tinatabong pera ng ABS-CBN mula sa Big Dipper kasi ang nangyayari po, yung transfer pricing mechanism na pinapaliwanag ho ni Congressman Defensor kanina ay napakalinaw. Imbis na sigilin po ng Big Dipper ang ABS-CBN ng actual cost, kasi 164 employees lang, ang sinisigil niya yung commercial rates abroad. Tama ho yun? Comparative rates?
That's the whole idea po of the transfer pricing.
Kaya ang binabayaran po ng ABS-CBN International na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN Corporation, tama ba ho yun? Ang international o yung sa Hungary, global, ang binabayad niya nanggaling din ho sa ABS-CBN.
Hindi po.
Saan nanggaling ang pera ng ABS-CBN global?
Because there is a legitimate business abroad, there is actually, kung nakakapunta, nung alam ko po sa abroad, if you go abroad, you'll be able to watch the Filipino channel and there is a subscription that are being paid by the foreign nationals or Filipinos that becomes the revenue of the global operations. Yun po yung nagiging revenue ng Global Hungary, then that revenue is then paid to...
Sige, ganito na lang, no?
So it doesn't come po from ABS-CBN.
Conglomerate ang ABS-CBN, napakalaking kumpanya. Kumbaga sa... Ano ba ito yung octopus? Octopus? Ano yun? Yung octopus sa Tagalog?
May we be recognized, Your Honor?
Ano ho yung octopus sa Tagalog? Tika Bulacan ho, magaling dyan.
Pugita.
Pugita, di ba? Yung pugita, meron siyang walong kamay. Kung saan po naaabot po ng pugita, may mga tentacles siya, di ba ho? No? Isang conglomerate po na parang octopus o parang pugita, itong ABS-CBN, meron ho kayong kita galing sa abroad, meron kayong kita galing sa advertising dito, meron kayong kita sa benta ng sine, may kita kayo sa pagbebenta ng teleserye, may kita kayo sa internet. Di ba ho? Ganon, no? Tama ba ho yun?
Tama po yan.
Ang nangyayari ho rito, para magbayad kayo ng buwes, yung inyong mga costing, sabihin natin, nagpatrabaho po yung ABS-CBN Global, papasok sa ABS-CBN, sa Malaking Tabo, sa Big Dipper, di ba? Nagpatrabaho, ABS-CBN abroad, ABS-CBN Philippines. Pero sa totoo lang, 1/4 lang ang nag-uusap dyan. Tama ho yun.
Sir, if it's going to be hypothetical, that operations of...
Hindi ho hypothetical. Big Dipper is operating, has only 2 customers. Ang customers po ng Big Dipper ay ABS-CBN din, di ba?
If I may answer lang po.
Aha.
Kasi po, ang sinasabi ko lang po is, if we have not placed Big Dipper in the Philippines, that services would have been required still by ABS-CBN, and we could have actually gotten it abroad, and the whole thing...
alam namin yun. Kasi business plan yun eh. Magaling nga kayo sa negosyo.
Ang ibig
Di ba?
sabihin lang po nun, wala na po yun sa Pilipinas, wala rin pong revenue dito sa Pilipinas.
Hindi nga. Kasi nga kasama nga sa business plan nyo. Hindi nyo naman i-outsource yun kung alam nyo kaya nyong gawin dito, di ba? Kaya nga sabi nyo, gawin natin dito, magtayo tayo ng kumpanya nagagawa para sa atin, pero atin din.
But that would be the same offer po sa company of India. If you put your operations in India, they would give income tax holidays and incentives din po.
Yun nga eh. Basta pinili nyo nandito tayo, pero usapan natin, yun nandito tayo. Ang sinabi nyo, pinsan, kasi parang pinsan ba o kapatid? Ano ba ang turing nyo ng ABS-CBN Corporation tsaka ng Global at tsaka nitong Big Dipper?
Honorable Remulla, ang mga kumpanya po...
Yes, Vice
Mr.
Chairman
sorry.
Defensor.
Yes, I just wanted to interject para po magkaroon ng picture si Honorable Remulla. ABS-CBN Hungary, ABS-CBN Luxembourg, ABS-CBN Cayman, yung pong Big Dipper, ABS-CBN Corporation, yun na po yung nasa local. Hindi, yung ABS-CBN Corporation, meron na po itong mga kung ano nung Sari Manok, kung ano. Pero ito po yung mga satellite companies abroad.
Ito lang ho yan. Ito lang ho yung idea ng inaano ko, Mr. Chairman. Pagka ganito po ang ginagawa nating mga paraan para makatipid po sa buwes, at sabi nila, para hindi na tayo pumunta ng India, tayo na lang ang gumawa, yung talagang 164 employees, ang lumalabas, kumikita ng 2.5 billion a year. Pero ang totoo nun, pwede namang mas mababa ang cost nun. Malaki lang talaga ang binabayad ng ABS-CBN sa Big Dipper kasi nga, subsidiary niya. Ngayon, pagdating po ng income tax return nila, kasama sa mga cost nila yan. Ang cost nila, inflated na. Kaya pag declare nila ng buwis nila, may menos nila yung cost na in-inflate din nila. Sila rin nagpalaki ng cost eh. May menos yun. Mas kukunti ang binabayarang buwis. Malinaw ba ho yun, Mr. Chairman?
Malinaw po.
Malinaw ba ho yun, Mr. Sherado? Hindi.
Magkaiba po siguro tayo ng interpretasyon sa situation.
Kasi ako ho para sa bayan, kayo ho para sa korporasyon. Kaya iba ang pagkaintindi natin.
Parang hindi naman po masakit pong marinig yon para sa isang Pilipino.
Masakit ho. Kasi, siyempre, lahat ng pinag-uusapan dito, pagka sa buwes, sinasabi nyo nabayaran nyo lahat, sinasabi nyo hindi kayo gumawa ng paraan para bumaba ang buwes nyo. Yung ba sinasabi ng ABS-CBN? Wala kayong tax avoidance mechanisms? O ito ay tax avoidance mechanism?
Sir, we've never entered into the tax avoidance scheme. And
Teka,
we paid for the right
Di ba
tax.
tax avoidance is legal? Tax evasion is illegal. Tama ho yun? Atty. Karag.
Sir, we availed po of the tax incentives that are offered by the government.
Kaya nga,
So,
tax
wala po
incentive yun.
kaming
Kaya nga,
in-avoid.
is a tax avoidance measure.
Available po as an incentive.
It's available as an incentive, but it's a tax avoidance measure. Eh, yun lang ho tinatanong ko eh. Ba't hindi nyo maamin yun?
Sir, if you want po, I can ask if Mr. Attorney Karag may be recognized because medyo legalistic po yung issue on tax avoidance.
Attorney Karag, is tax avoidance illegal?
Tax avoidance is not illegal, Your Honor. It's not forbidden our law, Your Honor, but regarding transaction between related parties, Your Honor, under our jurisdiction, it is not prohibited, Your Honor. But to safeguard the interests of the government, we have anti-abuse rules, which is stated under Section 50 of the Tax Code, authorizing the Commissioner to allocate income and expenses between and or among related parties to ensure that the proper income is reported by each of the related parties, Your Honor. And this is further enforced, Your Honor, through the promulgation of the transfer pricing rules and the transfer pricing
Mr.
audit
Chairman,
memorandum order, Your Honor. So there
I
are-
believe that it will need the Commissioner Dulay himself, to answer these questions, because he was the one who signed the compromise, and he is the one being pointed to by Attorney Carag, na would be responsible for it. Are you saying that, Attorney Carag?
No, these are the matter on compromise different from the matter of transfer pricing rules, Your Honor. What I'm just
Hindi,
saying
pero
is,
sinasabi nyo kasi, dahil yan yung pinapayagan ng tax code, we will need the word of the Commissioner na walang masama sa ginagawa nyo.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
Honorable Rimulya, yung compromise agreement po, nagkaroon na po ng findings doon, nagkaroon ng kompromiso. Itong binabanggit nyo ngayon, hindi pa ho naimbestigan. So wala pa hong compromise kung sakali, kung meron mang nakitang pagkakamali.
O kung may pagkakamali o may marong kabalastugan, pwede ho talagang buksan ulit yan. If there's fraud, from the discovery of fraud, kagaya pinag-usapan kanina, sabi nga ni Congressman Barsaga, marahil, kailangan buksan natin ulit to. Kasi ang sinasabi nga ni Attorney Carag, ito ang sinasabi ng batas, pero sinasabi pa rin ng batas, it is up to the BIR to determine. Tama ho yun?
we're saying, Your Honor, that we have already rules on transfer pricing, Your Honor, and that we followed those rules.
Mr. Chairman.
So meaning, under the transfer pricing rules, Your Honor, it is provided that the related parties should follow an arm's length price, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
And there are methods to determine this, whether the prices between related parties is arm's length or not.
Yes, that would be, let's request the BIR to look into this. Kasi nga, ang sinasabi nga nila, no matter how we argue here, ituturo pa rin ng BIR. We might as well call in the BIR to explain to us this mechanism.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Remulla, the chairman directs the committee secretariat to invite the BIR commissioner sa susunod po natin na hearing pagkatapos natin pag-usapan yung bias violations ng ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
Yes, Honorable Rimulya, kanina po nung tinanong natin yung BIR, there is an abuse of transfer pricing. Transfer pricing per se, pwede pong hindi po yan kasalanan. Pero if there's fraud and abuse in transfer pricing, yan po yung sinasabing kasalanan. And it came from the BIR. So tama po yung request ni Honorable Rimulya and the committee. And I guess you would agree, Attorney Carag, that if there is an abuse of transfer pricing, yun po ang problema. At siguro, hintayin natin yung BIR kung nakikita nila because kanina tinatanong ni Honorable Barsaga, punto ng punto kung magkano yung cost at magkano yung kinita, nailinaw naman po yung sinasabi ng BIR, meron nga pong malaking problema dahil parang ang lit-lit ng cost at ang laki-laki nung dividends, Mr. Chairman. So, thank you.
Chairman
Tsaka,
Remulla,
may isa pang motion lang ako, Mr. Chairman, bago ko matapos.
ng BIR ay bibigyan ka po namin muli ng pagkakataon pagkatapos natin pag-usapan yung allegations ng bias sa ABS-CBN, i-reserve po natin yung katanungan mo para kay Commissioner.
Ganun din po, I would like to manifest to this committee that we are filing a resolution also to investigate the compromise agreement entered into between the BIR and the ABS-CBN. Kasi kung ito ho ang magiging way of doing business, kahit sabi sa franchise, babayaran nila yung buwis na napakagaang sa kalooban nila, paduduguin nila ang gobyerno, we might as well investigate this compromise agreement kung gaano ko kabigat ang naging sakripisyo ng Pilipino. Kasi makikita nyo ho, nagtipid sa buwis, nagtipid ho sa lahat. Yung manggagawa naman, ayaw nilang bayaran. Paano ba kung klaseng usapan to? Ito ba'y usapang pamilya o usapang apihan, pang-aapi na lang ng mga maliliit na tao? Yun na lang ho, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Senior Vice Chairman Boying Remulla, at kinikilala po ng Chairman ng mga komiting ito ang maikling manifestation ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of fairness, baka po pwedeng hinga natin ang posisyon ng lahat ng TV stations, broadcasting stations, on the following issue. The cost of the digitalization, yung kanila pong position on transfer pricing, and yung tax regime na kanila pong isinusunod o ginagampanan sa ngayon. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Maraming po salamat.
The Committee Secretariat is ordered to do so. Dahil po wala nang magtatanong tungkol sa allegations on taxes ng violations ng ABS-CBN, ni-reserve po natin yung katanungan ni Congressman Remulla para kay Commissioner ng BIR. Magsususpend na po tayo ng hearing and to continue. Yes, Chairman Chigoy.
Yeah, may we say something, Your Honor? This is from BIR.
Magsisimula po tayo ng hearing sa Lunes at ang pag-uusapan naman po ay tungkol sa allegations on media bias ng ABS-CBN. Pagkatapos ay magkakaroon tayo ng pagtatanong sa Commissioner ng BIR. Hearing suspended.
Yes, suspended na.